The theme of innovation and sustainability that gives us meaning and confidence in our common European future. It's a theme on which we can work together, we can share experiences and good practices, and that's why we are all here together today. Flanders is an economic welfare and self-conscientious region in Europe based on ancient trade. We are organizing this conference in the context of the Belgian presidency of the European Union. But first, I want to explain why Flanders plays a unique role in Belgium and in Europe and with other countries. Flanders is an autonomous region. Thanks to 6 all-encompassing state reforms, Flanders and the regions have been given a large number of responsibilities. This implies that for these policy areas, such as living environment, but also innovation, research and development, education, only the regions in Belgium, so here Flanders, has the competence. We don't have a Minister of Education on the Belgium level, for example, neither for culture or for housing. A second foundation of our state structure is the principle of in foro interno, in foro externo. This principle has a consequence that Flanders is also fully competent for all foreign implications of their internal policy domains. Flanders and the regions in Belgium are therefore playing a prominent role in this presidency. Flemish ministers chair currently the Industry, Youth, Culture and Fisheries Council formations for Belgium. These Flemish public servants prepare also these meetings. The same goes for our counterparts from Wallonia and Brussels. Since these ministers do not only represent their own region, but all of Belgium during these council meetings, intense consultation between all levels takes place before and behind the scenes. So Belgium is an expert in finding compromises, just as Europe. Flanders' foreign policy has many facets. For instance, we have a network of diplomatic representatives whose areas of jurisdiction cover almost the entire European Union. These representatives are the eyes and ears of Flanders abroad and are also the point of contact for governments that want to do business with Flanders. Furthermore, Flanders Investment and Trade boasts a worldwide network of over 100 trade representatives who look after our economic interests. We also have different agencies of Tourism Flanders who help bringing people to our beautiful region. There is also the Flemish European Liaison Agency, which familiarizes Flemish civil society with the European Union and vice versa. Finally, this Parliament, the Parliament of Flanders, and certainly the Foreign Affairs Committee, which I chair, is also very involved. For instance, our diplomatic representative to the European Union always debriefs the committees of ministers after a European Council meeting. Let it be clear, ladies and gentlemen, Flanders is more than ever a European and international player. I am therefore pleased to hereby explain the 3 Flemish priorities for the Belgian presidency: innovation, connectivity, and resilience. The shift towards the circular economy, by definition, involves innovation. Flanders sees innovation as the most crucial factor for securing future prosperity. Tomorrow, more than today, innovation, new technologies, and research will determine the competitiveness of the European Union and the geopolitical balance of power. The Union must therefore aspire to become a world leader in innovation. The circular shift is inextricably linked to this. Our region has numerous knowledge institutions and companies with mountains of experience and expertise. Within the framework of this conference, for instance, EcoPac was visited yesterday, and Mrs. Brigitte Moulineau of Circular Flanders will take the floor here soon to talk more about what Flanders has to offer. After her, representatives of some Flanders top circular companies will explain their best practices. As a top circular region, Flanders is ready and willing to be one of the drivers of the European circular shift. Flemings, however, are not solo players. Connectivity is close to our hearts. Cooperation with like-minded European regions is therefore a top priority for us. For instance, I am particularly proud of our cooperation with the Netherlands and with the German region of North Rhine-Westphalia, which we have a declaration of intent on circular economy, who was signed in November 2023. Flanders is permanently looking for similar partners. We need to inspire each other. This is why the Flemish government will organize the leaders' meeting Fit for the Future Global Challenges Regional Solutions on April the 18th. Our Flemish Minister-President will receive government leaders from similar regions to explore possible cooperation and opportunities. The circular economy is also one of them. Because we have to do this, the resilience of the European Union is at stake. It has recently become clear that we have become too dependent on the rest of the world. And so, unfortunately, we can also be blackmailed. The circular economy makes us less dependent on raw materials from the rest of the world. And that makes us more resilient to crisis. A circular economy, thanks to the accompanying waste reduction, also makes us more resilient to climate change. Companies that embrace circular practices are often better able to adapt to market fluctuations, as they are less vulnerable to price fluctuations and supply chain disruptions. The circular shift would thus make the economy as a whole stronger and more stable. This morning, numerous interesting speakers will enrich you further on the circular economy, and this afternoon we will debate together on this crucial topic. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a pleasant conference in our house, the Parliament of Flanders, and I sincerely hope that your stay here will prove to be both an educational but also an enjoyable experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cathy Koedezer. And now we're going to listen to Mr. Jo Bruns, Minister of Economy, Innovation, Work, Social Economy and Agriculture, and the President of the Competitive Council for Industry during the Belgian presidency of the European Union. Mr. Bruns, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Dear members of Parliament, dear European friends. I'm very happy to talk to you today about the important topic of the circular economy for the European industry. In Flanders, we've been working intensively on the transition from a linear to a circular economy in favor of the sustainable transition. Reuse products so that less expensive resources are necessary to create innovative products with less impact on our environment. That helps us to overcome big challenges we face nowadays throughout Europe. In the current challenging geopolitical climate, Europe must become more autonomous. And this is possible in a circular society in order to be less dependent on critical raw materials. European legislation, such as the Critical Raw Materials Act and the Right to Repair Directive, are important for this strategic transition. Nevertheless, such legislation requires a comprehensive framework for European industrial policy, and that's why we are currently working under the Belgian presidency on Council recommendations for the next European Commission. In Flanders, we've been experimenting to recycle resources where we can, but we focus also on innovation and new business models. And later today, you will hear more about the public-private partnership that's called Circular Flanders. We believe strongly in this approach of co-creation between government actors, businesses, researchers, investors, and the civil society. We set ourselves the goal of lowering our materials footprint by 30% and engaging at least half of manufacturing companies to act towards a circular economy before 2030. To make it all tangible and visible for everyone, we have created local circular hubs in collaboration with the European Social Fund. Flanders takes the forefront in creating new jobs in repairing, remanufacturing, and reusing products. The circular hubs empower low-skilled workers and people who are working in the social economy to take up these activities. VLAIO, our agency for innovation and entrepreneurship, has embraced circular economy as one of its central objectives. An ambitious new approach was set up in the form of large-scale living labs. In a living lab, stakeholders from businesses, social economy, research institutions, and society co-develop systemic solutions to tackle circular opportunities. And there are now 29 living labs active in the fields of construction, textiles, and manufacturing. An additional important dimension of the circular transition is the bioeconomy, where biomass is used not as waste, but as a product for circular products such as bioplastic. Here we see a large potential for our sustainable chemical industry, but also for a stronger and more diversified agricultural sector. Flanders continues to support this development with our bioeconomy policy plan. And to be successful in shaping this circular economy, we need rules and arrangements on a European scale. A specific topic is knowing what we are doing already and what we should do better. And therefore, Flanders developed a circular economy monitor. It can be consulted in English, and I invite you all to have a look, for we hope that our monitoring work can be reused by other member states to facilitate a circular transition in all over Europe. And as you have heard, the circular economy is very important in Flanders, and we have high expectations. And therefore, I wish you all a very fruitful discussion today, and I hope we can take along the results toward an ambitious, sustainable, and circular future. Thank you all.
Thank you, Minister Bruns. We pass the floor to Mr. Aurel Ciobanu Dordea, Director Circular Economy of the Directorate General for the Environment of the European Commission. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I would like to say it's a privilege for me to be here today, this morning, in front of you. And I would like to praise the Belgian federal authorities and the Flemish authorities for having had this initiative to invite national parliamentarians to take part in a discussion about the achievements and the priorities for the circular economy, for a more competitive European Union by using the instruments of circular economy, and for a more climate-friendly and decarbonized European Union by using the tools of circular economy. As I'm coming in front of you today, And as 2024 is not only the year of where the Belgian authorities have the presidency of the European Union in the first half of the year, but it's also the final year of the political cycle at European level. We have European Parliament elections later this year in June, and we will have a new College of the European Commission, hopefully formed somewhere in November or December. So a new political cycle will start towards the end of this year. So it's a moment where we can take a pause for reflection to see what we have achieved over the past 4 or 5 years, and maybe longer, because the policies of the European Union in the area of circular economy date back from, they have developed over the past 20, 25 years. And we need to reflect also how this how these conclusions about what we have achieved so far informs our priorities and actions for the next political cycle. And speaking about the last 4 or 5 years, I think it is fair to say that the Commission, but also together with the European Parliament and with the Member States, meeting in the Council of the European Union, have achieved a tremendous job. A lot of regulations have been proposed and adopted in the area of circular economy. And I would say broadly the regulatory landscape in this area has changed by using more regulations and directives. So this means that we are talking and defining rules which are applicable directly to the economic operators across the European Union, and there is no need for transposition by the national parliaments. But I will say something about this soon. This does not divest the national parliaments from interest, from remaining interested and active in the area of circular economy. And a second important feature of the evolutions over the past 5 years is the fact that we have moved from a waste-centered approach, from an end-of-life approach towards a life cycle approach. And we are taking equal interest in the rules that design the products so that they become more circular from the very beginning, knowing that the control of waste and emissions and the use of resources is determined to a proportion of 80% by the way in which products are designed. So taking a life cycle approach is very important for the circularity of products, and it makes it a very important contribution to the efforts to decarbonize our economies and societies and to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. And indeed, speaking about this, we have noticed also over the past several years, notably in the wake of the COVID crisis, a particular evolution when it comes to the access of resources, a weaponization by geopolitical actors of the important control they exert over some scarce resources. We have seen also the humanity coming closer to the exhaustion of natural resources. We see, even if the population of the European Union may not grow so sharply as in other continents in our world, however, the global population is increasing sharply. And this means that the same natural resources get closer to being exhausted by humanity, which needs to use them. So circularity is growing importance, in geopolitical terms, also in demographic terms. So the more we perform in improving the circularity of our economies, the more we do our economies and societies service. I will not make in front of you an exhaustive list of all the regulations that have been adopted over the 5 years, which reflect how circular economy has changed, but I will mention nevertheless that important regulations have been adopted for batteries, for waste shipments, for eco-design for sustainable products, circular critical raw materials, rules on textile waste, rules enhancing the circularity in the automotive sector, rules for circularity of packaging and for managing better packaging waste. A number of acts are still to be discussed by the European Parliament and by the Council. Some of them may not be adopted before the end of this political cycle and will remain a positive legacy, we hope, for the next European Parliament and for the Council of the European Union. We have been glad to see support not only from the Member States and from the European parliamentarians for this agenda, we have seen support also from the economic operators and from the non-governmental organizations which are active in the area of environment. This shows that the agenda of the circular economy is at the crossroads of the interest of many important political vectors in our societies and in our economies. So against this backdrop, what reflection can we make about what lies ahead of us for the next 4 or 5 years? And here it is a moment to say that I'm very glad that national parliamentarians are taking an interest in this. Again, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, the fact that we have moved more and more from directives to the use of European regulations, which lay down rules applicable directly to economic operators, does not mean that the national parliamentarians, which are the direct expression of the political will of their peoples, lose power and lose leverage on what is going on in their economies and in their societies. Why is that? Because it is not sufficient to adopt and publish rules in the official journal of the European Union for the realities to change on the ground. So I believe that it is fair to say we would be grateful very much to the national parliamentarians for keeping their attention on the results, on what happens on the ground, and on how we move towards the circular economy in real terms, not only in formal terms or in regulatory terms. And it is a moment to remind here that in July last year, the European Commission has published, let's say, an overview of how our member states progress in attaining the objectives of circular economy, and the landscape is mixed at best. About half of our member states underperform under obligations and targets which have been sometimes developed 10, 15 years ago. The situation is therefore not satisfactory, and I think this calls for the attention of the politicians at national and also regional and local level. Do we want to effectively be where our ambitions and words are? If we do this, and it's a matter of credibility for the European Union in the eyes of our own citizens, but it's also a matter of credibility of the European Union in the eyes of our international partners, in the eyes of other political continents of this world. Therefore, there must be additional efforts made at national, regional, and local level in order to effectively put into application our commitments. This is not a theoretical or an abstract priority or effort. There are concrete gains to be earned by our communities, by our citizens. There are investment opportunities. Circularity, the agenda of circularity creates investment opportunities in the most advanced technologies that Europe is so good in producing. There are jobs opportunities. Together with investments, even if they are technologically advanced, and often we use robots, and in the future we will use artificial intelligence and software and other tools that modernity has is populated with, there will still be jobs opportunities in our communities. There is also the important political priority of strategic autonomy. This is no small thing, as you know, maybe even better than us. Our strategic autonomy is tested by so many other geopolitical actors, and we need to coexist with them in the international community, but we need to take care of our own interests. And the best way in which we can satisfy our needs is to make a better use of the resources, the scarce resources we already have. It is also a priority which will help indeed decarbonize our economies and societies. And if the fight against climate change is politically important for our nations, and this is what we collectively say as 27 nations, then circularity can make up to 40% of contribution to this decarbonization. So implementation is an important priority for the next few years. The second, and by no means a secondary, important priority is to move from the fringes of our economies, from the experiments, from the tests, to the mainstream of our economies. What we have tested for 10, 15 years, 20 years, recyclers and all kinds of other pioneers of circular economy are still not representing a significant major segment in our economies. It is time to think bigger and to scale up circular business models. It's not only a matter only of investments. You need to prepare the workers that would be able to put into operation these circular business models. It's not only a matter for the tech entrepreneurs. It's also a matter for the bankers, because credit will be important in order to fund these technological developments and this mainstreaming of circular business models in our economies. The political attention of national parliamentarians should remain vivid and focused also on the European Union level. Even if we have changed directives with regulations, often these regulations that we have adopted on batteries, on packaging, on waste shipments, on eco-design, and so many others, require a number of implementing measures. Some of them will be of critical importance, not only for the European level playing field, sometimes for the global playing field. When we think about batteries, when we think about textiles, the European Union is defining the global markets, is leading the technological transformation, the transformation of consumption, the transformation of the quality of goods. So your participation, together with the participation of the economic operators and of the national governments, will be critical in order to make sure that these implementing rules to be adopted on so many regulations truly represent what the market needs and what the technology allows us to do best. So this is why we count on your not just support, but interest and involvement and scrutiny of this process. I would like to mention also that circular economy is more and more developing, intertwined with the single market of the European Union. Now is no longer possible to have circularity without a fluid single market. And the single market is a little bit like financial markets. It needs liquidity. It needs to be fluent. Of course, we are adopting a lot of rules at European Union level which are meant to dismantle national barriers so that economic operators can move waste across the borders, can recycle better by creating infrastructures which are of regional importance rather than merely of national importance, to use the economies of scale which are also allowed by the single market. This also calls for the attention of national parliamentarians, because in the search for a more liquid single market, it is important to avoid to erect new national barriers. We dismantle some only to see others reinstituted. It is in the interest of your economic operators for these new barriers not to be erected. And we call on your scrutiny and attention to these aspects as well. And last but not least, and with this I will conclude my intervention, I think we have heard from the Flemish minister an important reference to bioeconomy, a completely different paradigm, but indeed it is time to think more about the integration and the role that bioeconomy can play in circular economy and in the decarbonization and defossilization of our economies and societies. And the European Commission will work in order to bring forward rules which will make a better use of the potential of bioeconomy. In my area, the area I'm responsible for, together with my colleagues, which is of course just a part of the entire, serves just a part of the entire bioeconomy agenda, we will strive to do so, in particular when it comes to packaging and to a few other opportunities, but we will welcome also and we will try to encourage the innovative dimension of bioeconomy also when it comes to chemicals or when it comes to batteries. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope that you will have a very interesting set of exchanges today. And of course, we look forward not just to your support in the following period, but also to your suggestions and points of attention. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Ciobanu Dordea. This was a clear call to action, and when it comes to action on circular economy in Flanders, we have Circular Flanders. That is a public-private partnership for the transition towards a circular economy. And I welcome Mrs. Brigitte Moulineau, Transition Manager of Circular Vlaanderen, to talk us through.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much to give us the opportunity to be here and to be here in front of all these members of the different parliaments. So I'm really looking forward for all the details and all the questions you will have afterwards, and also the debate in the afternoon. Let's go back to Flanders. Flanders is the northern region of Belgium with 6.2 million inhabitants. The picture is enlarged because we don't have a lot of space. We don't have space for waste either. So that's why we are already a recycling champion for years. But why do we need more than just recycling? We need to move forward from recycling to the circular economy to keep our materials within the economy for longer periods of time, and we need to be more efficient and effective with our materials and with our resources in general in the future. It is already mentioned that most of the mines are not in Belgium or Flanders or even Europe, so it's necessary to change that. And we have a lot of materials, so we should mine here. It was already mentioned that the stakes are high and that the demand is rising in Europe and in all over the world because there is more production, fortunately, and more consumption, but of course the same amount of materials. And a few years ago, I was going around giving these presentations, and then I could say, yes, but we need to be careful with our resources now, because in the later future, we might have problems with scarcity, with higher prices, and so on. Nowadays, I just show some newspapers. We had COVID, we have war, unfortunately. Sometimes we have a ship that makes the wrong U-turn. Thank you. And there is also this one. When we think about greenhouse gases, we always think about our energy use. But what about our material use? Most of the greenhouse gases are connected to the way we use our materials, the way we move them, the way we build buildings, and so on. So if you work on your resource management, you also work on the climate. And there is this. This one is a beautiful picture, but the idea behind it is not so good. We need to be careful for our environment. We need to change our ways desperately. So we have, fortunately, a lot of ambition, and we are so glad that Europe offered us the Green Deal and the legislative train that is moving on these days, because it gives us a lot of opportunities. It gives us also a good way of telling our companies and our organizations that they should change and that they have to move fast. Flanders is also wants to be a forerunner in the circular economy, and our ambition is to decouple our material footprint from our consumption. So we would like to have a good life, but with less resource loss. We want to have a reduction of the material footprint by 30% towards 2030. And we've noticed that if we want to achieve this, we need to work in a public-private partnership. May I present to you our partnership? It's only part of our partnership, because in the meantime, there are a lot of people working in this public-private partnership. But on top of it, you see the steering committee. We have a steering committee representing the pentahelix. Those are all the different governments, local governments and the Flemish government, civil society, representatives of the different sectors of industry. Also the researchers. We have very nice research facilities in Flanders who are helping us with the circular economy, and the financial sector. We've noticed that it's very important to have them on board, because it's not okay if they continue to finance the linear economy while we want to have circular projects. So that's our partnership. Of course, the partnership is under the guidance of our two ministers, the Minister of Economy, Innovation, Labor, Social Economy and Agriculture, and the Ministry of Environment and Energy. I'm mentioning all the titles because we have 6 strategic agendas, and those topics are all important, so we're happy to have the two ministers who are responsible for these different topics involved together with us. So it's on circular construction, chemistry and plastics, the water loops, bioeconomy, the food chain, and manufacturing. In manufacturing, we had to make a choice because manufacturing is very broad. So we made the choice of starting with textiles, professional textiles and consumers textiles, and then everything of electricity, batteries, electro, small ones up to the very big ones in companies. What do we do in these strategic agendas? We work together again in the pentahelix, in the societal pentagon, because we really need this systemic approach. We try to find our common goals, work fast, and then we go into the action. We go on finding new ways. We experiment to find good practices, and sometimes we learn from the bad practices. And we try to find solutions for the barriers we encounter. So that's what we do. But we've noticed that there are a lot of barriers. So we decided that we need extra groups. And we have extra groups, and those are expert groups on 7 levers. These levers are meant to find solutions for the different barriers. Of course, the first one is legal barriers. You need policy measures. And there we have to work on different levels. So the local level of cities, Flemish level, Belgian level, and European level, of course. Circular procurement. It gives a good incentive if we change the demand, and so we're working on that one. I'll talk to you about it later on. Communication and reporting to give more information on how you can change your ways. Research, of course, we need a lot of research and innovation. Financing, because we need to invest in the circular economy, and we need to invest much more than we do today. And jobs and skills, because we need to prepare our people to be ready for the future. So it's always partnership throughout the ecosystems. I'll just go into some of the examples. And with that, I'm building on previous experiences, of course, but there is a circular construction. We have a public-private partnership, and we decided to have our own Green Deal on circular construction some years ago, and we asked for organizations and companies of the construction sector to join in. We received 350 participating organizations who went on a travel for 3 years just to get good projects, experimental projects, where we can learn from it. We added a research team to make good analysis, and then we tried to find what are the barriers and what are the challenges we need to face and what are the solutions. So it's a whole program we worked on for years in different workshops, and then we learned a lot, and we shared this information on different channels on the website and so on. And of course, through the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform, there we introduce what we've learned in our leadership group, circular construction and infrastructure. It's always good to share information on the European level as well, because we need to move fast. Same we're doing on circular procurement. We have a whole website on circular procurement, but it was also based on a Green Deal on circular procurement that we organized together with 150 organizations and companies who were willing to start with circular procurement. Not only public, also private. We learned a lot. We have a very nice tool nowadays that we use in Flanders for circular procurement, but also our European partners are using the same tool nowadays. We had a European project ProCirc to exchange ideas with other countries, and also there you can find a lot of information on how to change your policy and how to use different kinds of tools to change this procurement. And nowadays we're working on a more specialized European project on circular economy offices. What we also did was support experimentation and the circular economy entrepreneurship. You will listen to the entrepreneurs afterwards. I can assure you that these different entrepreneurs that we've chosen for you today are award-winning entrepreneurs, all of them, because recently they also won the Circular Business Award, and one of them won the Circular Business Award 2 years ago. So I hope you will enjoy them after the break. So what we do is we have different kinds of experiments where we learn from. What is also important was already mentioned, these hubs that we try to create, these living labs. We learn a lot from it, and also from the barriers. It is important to work in these bigger groups. But of course there is small and beautiful. Our SMEs need special attention and special guidance, and our team of the Agency of Innovation and Entrepreneurship will guide them to make sure that the SMEs will have a good future in the circular economy. And then, of course, there is research and monitoring. We have a specialized research center, and it's a collaboration of different research centers in Flanders. It's called the CE Center, no surprise there. And they make they make a lot of reports. It can go on VAT, but also the socioeconomic effects, legal aspects, the narratives you need in order to change the ways, and so on. We also have a circular economy monitor with 120 indicators on the different strategies of the circular economy. And it's very useful, but it would even be better if this kind of circular economy monitor would be used all over Europe, so that we can compare notes and that we can exchange information. We work on jobs and skills. Why? Because the circular economy gives a lot of opportunities for jobs in the future. But if we don't prepare our people today, they will not be ready for the circular economy. The circular economy has a lot of new jobs, and a good one is also that they have jobs for those people who are nowadays called people with a distance to the labor market. we need those hands and those technical advantages that they have. So we're working very hard on it. Maybe I can just present to you also the Circular Ambassador program that we have. It's a Train the Trainer program, and with this Train the Trainer program, we try to create a buzz and create changes all over. So it can be teachers, it can be vocational trainers. They come together with 50 during, let's say, seven or 8 days, just to have a good training. And we're going to organize one similar like that on the European level next year. So you're all invited to join in if you want to. And then the most beautiful one, I believe in Flanders, sorry. It's our local social and circular hubs. We have made a connection between the social economy and the circular economy. We've noticed that a lot of entrepreneurs in the circular economy needed these hands, and these hands are available in the social economy. And by bringing them together, you see new experiences, you create new value because of these people who really know, like, we're working on the future, we can make a difference. And that is something that is new compared to the linear economy. So we try to continue with that, and I hope that we can create these social and circular hubs all over Europe. That would be nice. Transition towards a circular economy needs multi-level, multi-sector, multi-actor partnership. That's a bit the baseline of what I'm trying to say. And I hope that we can learn from each other. Now you've heard the case from Flanders, but I hope to hear from your cases. And that's why we organize a Circular Economy Forum on the 17th of April. So if you want to connect with one on the 18th of April, you're most welcome to join in. There is still places available, and maybe I could show you a small film.
Belgium is a European leader in integrating circular economy across society. From large corporations to startup initiatives, Belgium is advancing beyond mere experimentation. Discover inspiring examples of circular practices spanning the entire value chain. Join us at the Circular Economy Forum on April 17th. Register now to shape a sustainable future.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Molineux. We have some time for questions or remarks from the participants. Who is daring to take the floor as first? Or everybody needs coffee? Okay. If there are no questions at this moment, we'll have our coffee break and see each other on 10:45. Okay, thank you. dear colleagues, I hope you enjoyed the coffee break. And we move on to the next chapter of this day. We're going to listen to some people who have lots of experience in circular economy in practice. First of all, some of you already filled in the request to take the floor for the debate this afternoon. So there's a form that everyone has, I guess. So if you want to participate in the debate, please fill in the form and bring it to Johan on my side. Okay, we have 4 presentations, and we're going to start with the Juno experience. This is a presentation on circular construction. Modular building is what Juno does, and Chris van der Voorde, founder of Juno and the Circular Value Institute, will tell us all about it.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm from Juno, and with Juno we have created the wall that pays off. So it's an interior wall, typically used in office spaces, that at the end of its life will actually create value because you can reuse it instead of costing money by throwing it away. Now, I'm Chris, I'm the founder of the company, and I'm an engineer with a passion for interior walls. I did a thesis about it, I scaled a company with walls before, and I'm really getting an expert in becoming a circular economy expert combined with walls. And 7 years ago, I started my company, and I deliberately named it after my 2 kids, Jules and Noor, because my 2 kids will ask me about climate change, about, okay, Dad, you knew about it, what did you do about it? All your kids, they will ask you exactly the same thing. And what I did is actually I'm focusing on the problem with interior walls. The problem with interior walls is that we're throwing away 300 billion euros a year of interior walls. That's 1% of global CO2 emissions. This is utterly stupid to do. What would you do with 300 billion? It would be nice. You could do nice things, but we just throw it away. And to make things worse, we have a scarcity of materials, we have a scarcity of labor, and we have need to more flexible buildings because things are just changing very drastically. And our solution as a company has been a wall that clicks together like Lego, a very simple system consisting out of a few components that slide open and click into each other. And at the end of a life, you simply dismantle everything and you come back to a building kit. And it is this building kit that we sell, and at the end of a life, we simply buy back. Now, the result of this are high-quality walls with the best acoustics in the world. We also do like glass-framed walls. This is Times Square in New York, or even those meeting pots, very popular the last times. And all the same Lego type of system. And if you go into this system, and if you look at this patented system, you will see compared to the old systems, where do we shine? We save 7 times on labor. So we build much faster, we reduce the cost of labor, and we put that in the value of the system. That is what we have done. And if you then look at the cost, that's typical West Flemish question, hey, what is the price of this? Compared to other office walling systems that you are using in the NAVO and your own buildings, most of the times we're cheaper. So that's nice. That's very handy to sell. Compared to drywall, the biggest competitor of us, the biggest size, the one that you throw away, we are the same price initially, but at the end of the life, you also have the cost to throw it away. And then you need to build new walls. With Juno, you build it and you reuse it yourself. And if you can't reuse it yourself, everything we sell, we buy that back. For instance, here in Brussels, we have the Proximus Tower. There are 5 floors with Juno. They're now going to dismantle it. We buy back 5 floors at 8,000 euros. And we've sold them at 50,000 euros across the streets. So we harvest our own materials and for 8,000 and we sell it at 50,000. A very nice economical model, to be honest. We can also offer other alternatives like leasing, and we can even buy back the right to reuse our materials. I'm going to deep dive on this a little bit earlier, but this makes your initial investment, if you don't care about the end of life of your walls, we buy back the right to reuse the walls and reduce the initial investment costs. And we do this all because we want to keep the ownership of the wall. We buy back our walls because the second times, like I mentioned with the Proximus Tower, we make more money. Let's be honest, we're entrepreneurs. We love to make money. The first time we have a nice gross margin, the second life our gross margins are higher than the first time. And then the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, each loop we create more value. And this is what I call circular value. This is actually the concept of creating shareholders' value, because yes, the second time we can sell it at a little bit lower price than our competition, but with a higher gross margin, but also societal value, because you're not throwing away all those materials. You're linking shareholders' value with societal value. And this is essential, I think, if we want to make this transition fast. And that societal value that can be measured in, for instance, 80% less embodied carbon on day one, on the initial investment, 80% less embodied carbon, or up to 90% less embodied carbon over multiple life cycles. And this is a story. What are the results? Where are we now? Now, we have beautiful repeat clients like Deloitte, like Cofinimo, that are scaling us very fast. We were 2 times in a row the fastest growing sustainable company in Belgium, and we have great investors already on board. Currently, we are having an office in Zwevegem and one in New York, so 2 major cities of the world, and sold in all those blue regions already. I have a cool team of 30 people that know how to get things done. And another value that we hire for, but also fire for, is that we want to create impact. One of the things that we want to do is we want to showcase the world what is the value of circular economy. This is essential because my kids, and that's the only thing I care about, they will ask me about climate change. And if I make every wall in the world circular, it's going to be 1%, it's still not enough. So we need to convince others to also take action. And this is why I'm also here. We need to work together and move forward. And within our story of Juno, the walls are nice, but what is the hidden gem? It's actually that concept of circular value, the creation of shareholders' value and the creation of societal value, it mixed into one. And this is the ambition. We want to go away from that throwaway linear economy to a circular reusable economy. And how to get there? Step 1, especially in the building sector, is we need to design new products that are at the same kind of price acceptancy, the same price point. So the old one and the new one, they are installed price the same. But where is the difference is actually between labor versus system. You need to redesign system so that they cost much less labor. It used to be like drywall takes a ton of labor and our just clicks together, much less labor. But this allows you to put much more value in the system, and this is essential. That shift in product design is essential to do it, and for the owner this means you get the value of the system and not that much that you pay for the value, not for the hands. Secondly, a very important insight is for the contractors, for the producers, for the general economy, there is just more gross margin to make. There is more EBITDA to make in this story. This is also a very nice thing to convince companies to make the transition, because you need to convince companies to shift from the linear model to the circular model. This just showcases that you can make more money on day one with the circular economy. Thirdly, it's about making reuse logical. And typically, the labor to build something is the same labor to dismantle it. So what you can do is you can subtract the labor from the value of the system. And if I do this, what you see is in the old models, you just lose money. That's why we throw it away. In the new model, you still keep value, you keep a profit. And this is also true on CO2 levels. And if you go further on this, and we have done that because I'm an engineer, you can put this in mathematical science, you can put it in numbers. You can make a formula about this. And this is a formula of circular value, the circular value index. And we are looking at what is the residual value and what is the cost of reuse. And you're going to reuse it, or you're going to throw it away if the residual value is much lower than the cost of reuse. Like, for instance, a drywall, you have 4 euros a square meter residual value, and you pay 35 euros to a laborer to throw it away and then dump it and so on. You're losing money, so you don't reuse it. If you look at Legos, for instance, and nobody throws away Legos because the residual value of Legos is so amazing high compared to the cost of the mounting or selling it even online with the commission. So you don't throw it away. The same with Juno. The same Juno also. The difference between the cost of the residual value and the cost of reuse is a factor 10. So from 100 cost of labor to dismantle, we make 1,000 euros of harvested materials. That is circular value. And this concept, I started also an additional initiative called the Circular Value Institute. So this is a non-profit that I started with Sophie, somebody else from West Flanders, and we want to scale this concept of circular value across Europe. We work together with a complete consortium of people to build out the formula a bit more scientifically. There has also recently been a paper published on this by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation and the Circular Building Coalition. And what we've learned is that actually, if you measure it, you can firstly design better products towards it. This is very valuable, but you also can link business models to it. And this is important because in circular economy, it's a lot about product as a service and all those blah, blah things, but it actually needs to work. And you can just measure it. And in everything you do, you can measure it. If you calculate a circular value index for a certain product in a certain scenario, it's going to give a number between 0 and maybe 10, 50 max. That's are the numbers you're going to get. If it's 0 or below 1, you're always going to dump it because it doesn't make economically sense to reuse it. Think about bio-based materials then or other legislation ideas to ban those materials. If it's close, this is also linked to leasing. A lot of light as a service, for instance, they just dump it at the end of a life. That's sad that it happens. So I wouldn't do that too much. Calculate the value. If it's close to 1, some will take it back and try to recycle it already. If it's above 1, you're going to be logical to think about reusing it yourself. It's around 3, starting from 3, it's become economical viable for producers to buy it back. Just like we do, we buy back our goods at 30% of their initial value. It's because that circular value index is above 3. If you go further, you can go to the idea of trading the right to reuse. This means that my wall is has such a high value, and I know in 5 years and 10 years I can get it back, so I will pay you money today as a kind of upfront investment that I know in 10 years I could do a 10x on. And this is what you can do in a leasing format, but also in a circular discount format. This is just an idea, high level, but this is then also linked to new business models or new financial institutes, what we call a materials as a service company. So some of you have known about an energy as a service company. The same thing is possible with a materials service company. And this is also something I'm going to start up this year, the first materials as a service company in the world that invests in circular valuable products and gets a return in 10 years, a 10x returns in 10 years. Now, this about Juno. So please, about Juno, if you need walls for your parliaments or whatever, phone booths, connect to me. You can connect on LinkedIn with me. We'd love to put them more in Europe. And yeah, help, a little bit help. One of the struggles I've got of selling in Europe is there are different rule sets. So could you please just make one rule set that's handy for us as an entrepreneur? The US is nice, one big rule set, so help us there. And also take into account the residual value of a product in your tenders, in your public tenders, because for years I've been running around saying, hey, I buy this bag, but it doesn't fit the Excel sheet of the tender. Please just make sure that it fits. And then secondly, for the nonprofit that I've started, if you want to learn more in detail, download a paper. You can scan that and then you can download the paper. It's 20 pages with all the details. But we also wanted to scale it up. It may not be a Flemish thing. It needs to be a global thing. And for this, we are searching for sustainable consultants in the built environment across, we're searching for 20 countries, 20 different sustainable consultants. So if you know anybody, please connect them to us so that they can join it and that they can tell this story of circular value. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your story and the story of Juno and the first Masco in the world, from Zwevegem to New York. Later on, there will be room for some questions, but first of all, we are going to listen to the Indaver experience about sustainable waste management, and there's a presentation by Kenneth Engelen, lead engineer, civil and mechanics by Indaver.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kenneth Engelen. I'll quickly introduce myself. I was born and raised in Schoten. It's a small village just outside of Antwerp. 2004, I graduated as an industrial engineer in civil engineering from what's now University of Antwerp. From there, I joined a marine contractor, working quite a lot around the world in marine dredging and offshore wind farms. And eventually settled back down in Antwerp because, as all people from Antwerp will tell you, it is the best place in the whole world. We have everything except modesty and self-awareness. I have two boys, and we have an agreement between us. They make me incredibly proud, and I embarrass them a whole lot of the time. Works fine for us, but they're the main driver for what I do every day and why I'm here as well. To discuss about circular economy and to make sure we leave the place behind in better shape than how we found it. I come from a labor background, modest upbringing, which I also find important to mention. My mom and dad worked really, really hard to get me to where I am and my brothers to where we are today. But it also needed affordable schooling, affordable housing to get us here. And I really think it's important to mention because scarcity of resources is one thing, and one scarcity that we really have is skilled hands, educated minds, and we really need to make sure we move all the barriers that stand between small girls, small boys, and all the big dreams that they have, because we need, for the venture ahead of us, we really need all the dreamers, we need all the thinkers, and we need all the doers to get us there. My presentation is based loosely on what I give to young engineers joining our company. So it's rather technical, don't worry, I won't go into all the details because that would take for ages. But it gives a bit of a flavor of what stands between having business models, having policy ideas, and the actual factories that are running the circular economy. Indaver was founded in 1985 as shareholders were the Flemish governments and 15 industrial companies. So in a way, we're here today in the birth cradle of our company. At the moment, it's wholly owned by Katoenassi, a private company. Our headquarters are here in Belgium. We have about 2,000 plus employees. We treat about 1 million tons where we can recycle materials from. We provide energy to nearly 300,000 households and do this in 30 installations across Europe. Sustainability is part of our DNA. That means we really care about the people in our organization, make sure they can learn and develop. We care obviously about the planet, profitability being a company as well. And what's really important to us, it'll come back a few more times, is partnerships. To that extent, We also signed up late February as one of the signatories under the Antwerp Declaration for a European Industrial Deal, which we really find important to move the industry forward here in Europe. But I'll come back on this a bit later on. Indaver is a business line organization, which means that we have various lines that are focused on the types of waste, type of market, types of customer that we're serving. A big part is industrial waste. We have 2 business lines on either side of the English Channel focusing on municipal waste. We have a business line focused on landfills and materials. And we have a business line, a new one, on plastics to chemicals. For us, the circular economy goes beyond just the typical ladder of Lansing, which is focusing on having as much reduction and reuse and recycling. That's a good basis to start from, a good first stepping stone. But the way we see it and the way we are moving, we really need to move beyond this in a circular economy. And we really need to start looking at recycling from a product perspective, from a materials perspective. So instead of looking at what is the waste, because that's a bit the way of looking at things with the previous ladder of Lansing, we need to start looking at materials. We need to start looking with producers, manufacturers, what are the materials, what are the products you need, what are you currently using as primary materials, how can we provide secondary materials, and then for ourselves start looking throughout the waste stream that we manage, what are we recycling, what are we sorting, and where can we find the materials and products that we need to provide the circular economy. How do we see our role in this still? As a gatekeeper and an enabler. So in broad lines, we have 2 lines of facilities and factories. And we try and get as many as we can that are focused on having this setup for waste streams with a high circular potential. From these, we try to recover as much materials, as much energy as we possibly can. Certain waste streams have a lower circular potential. They often end up in our incineration plants, but even from those, we still try and recover as much energy as we possibly can, and even still here, as many materials as we possibly can. Despite that, we still have landfills as well, and even from these also, we try and recover materials, try and recover energy from these as well. In the next couple of slides, I'll take you to some examples of the various business lines and the various waste streams that we're treating to give you a bit of a flavor of exactly what this means in practice. Our first site in Alphen aan den Rijn is a biogas production unit. We're taking in 70,000 tons of waste treatment, and from that, so that's all vegetable, fruit and garden waste. From that we produce 4 products. That is green gas, which goes straight onto the net. We have production of liquid CO2, which goes back to industry and agriculture. We produce compost and biomass. You'll see it's a plant split up in 2 sections. The one is an anaerobic digester, which basically is digesting the material we put in. And the other side is aerobic composting. In this, you'll see on the top left-hand side what the installation looked like before the roof went on. But basically, it's a big closed box, and vegetable, fruit, and garden waste goes in, gets transferred throughout in a period of about 24 days, stays at 55 degrees, which allows a load of bacteria to get to work and produce a gas. This gas we are filtering, that leaves us with CO2 and a green gas we can put on the net, which goes to households in the Netherlands in this case, for cooking and heating the houses. The digestate, which comes out on the other side, gets mixed up with fresh green waste, and that produces eventually a compost that can be sold off as well. So this is really focusing on green waste. Focusing more on the common household waste, we have a site in Doel where we have 6 lines of incinerators, and these treat about 1.2 million tons per year in household waste. From this, we still produce a lot of steam. I'll come back on that later. But what I really wanted to focus on for a minute is the way we treat the bottom ashes, so what's left after the incineration process. This is the whole schematic. I won't go through it in detail, but to give you a feel, it's a unique installation, this one, because we do everything by making the product wet. Usually this is a dry sorting mechanism. We filter out metals, we filter out non-ferrous metals like aluminium, we come up with granulates, sands, and the water throughout the whole process gets refreshed time and time again. So it's also, in that part, a circular installation. This is what the product looks like coming in. This is the bottom ashes after incineration. We wash them, we sieve them, we take out the metals. This machine, we went and found some inspiration in the mining industry. When people are mining for gold, they will also be using these kind of machines. And that's exactly what we're doing here as well. We're taking out the high valuable metals from the waste stream. And that leaves us with these products. Gravels, which get reused as an underlayer under parkings. We put them into the pavement blocks. We put them into the bigger concrete blocks. We have aluminiums and other valuable metals coming out. It's hard to see on the picture. And that is then the site in Doel treating household waste. The next site I want to take you through is a site in Willebroek, where we are taking the blue bags, which are sorted at home by people here in Flanders. They put in their plastics, metals, and drinking cartons. And on our side, we separate them out again into various fractions. Again, a schematic, but what we do here is, again, we are sieving it to size. We have wind sifters to remove plastic foils, magnets to remove metals, infrared sorters to take out certain types and codes of plastics, and all that to end up with various fractions that we can further move on throughout the circular economy. This is what the input looks like on the front side. So basically a big hall covered and filled with plastic bags full of waste. That's the layout of the plant before we started construction. And eventually we have these. We have sieving installations. We have kilometers and kilometers of conveyor belt. We have these wind sifters that take out plastics, light plastic foils, metals we remove, infrared sorters, and so on. All to get from the blue bags full of waste to neatly sorted 15 fractions of different types of waste. And this really also allows us to move on from just sorting to looking at it from a circular point of view. Because that brought us to the point where we said, well, we have, for example, polystyrenes, polyolefins, that we can bring back to the market, bring back to the producers. And from that was the idea born to go on to a factory we're building now, which is the plastics to chemicals plant. Initially, we'll take the polystyrenes and the polyolefins. They're getting further refined and purified in Willebroek still. So for that extent, we're building a whole new factory, which is now in a commissioning phase and will start producing materials in the next few weeks. We have a sorting line in there, that's the blue side, and a washing line, which is the red side. And for example, this will take a yogurt pot, polystyrene. It will further wash it, grind it down to small pellets, and eventually they can go on to our site in Antwerp, where we're building a plastics to chemicals demo plant. Demo plant in this maybe is not the appropriate word for a plant that will treat 1 million tons per year, but the naming process was held, so here we are. And we're taking polystyrenes in, we're taking polyolefins in, and basically the process we're doing is to break them down again on a chemical level, like you do with virgin materials, and to turn them back into a virgin material that the market can use. Again, the yogurt pot, grind it down, it arrives, we crack it back down into molecules, and they go back to the market for producing new yogurt pots. Being the engineer, I couldn't keep you from the construction site, so this is about a year ago, and if everything is well engineered, this is how fast things can go, and just over a year later, here we are, and we'll be in commissioning as well with this plant come summertime. I'll take you on to a next example, that is our inverse metals processing plant. What we do here is we're taking in waste streams that come straight from the pharmaceutical industry and from the industry in Antwerp, in and around Antwerp. And we're taking in typically homogeneous catalysts. So this is a very different type of waste, really industrial waste. And from these catalysts, which are used in the production process, we remove all the rare earth materials, such as platinum, such as palladium, rhodium, ruthenium. This is a plant which has been operational since 2018. Start of a single line. In a moment, we're already up to 2 process lines. And basically what we do here is we get these catalysts, they're containing liquid and waste. We separate out the liquids in a thermal process. We further refine the metals, and these metals go straight back to the industry to reuse in their new catalysts and processes. Our next site that I want to quickly discuss is a site in Dunkirk, Indachlor, and here we recover hydrochloric acids from waste streams. What we do here, this is general impression, but what we do in this plant is we take in 40,000 tons of chlorinated residues coming from all sorts of industries. We treat them again thermally, and that produces 165,000 tons of steam for a big part that is going to a nearby distillery for their energy consumption. On the other hand, we come back out with 120,000 tons of industrial graded hydrochloric acid that can go straight back into production processes. The whole site is running self-sufficient on energy, just taking the energy out of the own process. The last examples I quickly want to pass on is we have 2 steam and heat networks in and around Antwerp. One is a steam network in Doel called Ecluse that's been operational since 2019, where we take steam from our incinerators and pass it on to the industry. Already 5 companies are connected to this network, and we still have spare capacity, so we've decided, and that project is starting now, to build a tunnel under the Scheldt of 1,500 meters long, 3.5 meters internal diameter, so we can pass the steam pipes to the other side of the Scheldt and bring it to our partners on the other side of the river. First one will be Evonik that we connect up to, and that is now in construction, should be ready by 2026. 2 weeks ago, we inaugurated the heat network in Antwerp, Warmtenet Antwerpen Noord, where we have a 10-kilometer long pipeline going from our factory in Antwerp to Boortwald, an industrial partner taking it off. Later on, it will be connected onto households, 3,000 households in Antwerp. Schools and public housing will be heated by the heat coming from our incineration process as well. That will take out about 80,000 tons of CO2 per year. So what are for us the big takeaways? That is also, as said before, move away from looking at things from a waste perspective, but more from a product and materials perspective and how we can make them circular. As a company that has a big scale, we are obviously convinced that having a bigger scale of waste streams coming in allows us to better see which metals and materials we can find in exact which waste streams. Partnerships that remain really important to us. So that brings us quickly back to this one, and then I'll wrap up. But we really believe we need to make Europe a global competitive provider of energy, and we hope we can be a part of that solution. We really need to focus on the infrastructure that Europe needs, being new factories, but also carbon capture and recycling. We need to increase the EU's raw material security. Obviously, with the sort of plans that we have, we really think we can be of assistance in that. We need to boost the demand also for circular products right from the start. And the innovation framework in the EU needs to be smarter. So with that, I really want to thank you for your attention and your time.
Thank you. It's impressive how circular economy in practice is growing fast with Indaver. Next up is a working together experience of out of use, what forever, and Umicore. 3 presentations in one. But before we listen to them, I'll give the floor to Arenoles Serrano from the Spanish Senate, who wanted to intervene before 12 o'clock because she had to leave us. Please.
Gracias, Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boutinet. Robert, Chair of the committee, thank you very much for this Flemish Parliament initiative within the EU presidency. It's clear that the use of the circular economy is here to stay due to all the sustainability questions. Arenales Serrano, I'm the speaker for the business committee, and I want to express here two concerns. The first concern is that the circularity index in Spain is lower than the average in Spain, and when we will implement the law of waste, it will provoke from the population a refusal. So from the Partido Popular in Spain, we are asking for this economy to receive more incentives and to have less taxes on it. As a speaker of the business committee, the situation is even more serious in Spain because we're the only country to have imposed a tax on plastics, and this affects the competitiveness of our businesses, because instead of using resources to improve the production system, what they're doing is pay more taxes. So we wanted to express this concern, and I've been speaking during the coffee break with Mrs. Moulineux, and we were saying that if we talk about circularity, we are talking about sustainability. And currently in Europe, we see our farmers out in the street because we're asking them since 1973 the application of some standards, some very strict standards for that sustainability, which is good for the consumers. But currently, we are seeing products from Morocco to the European Union or South America through Mercosur who do not comply with the very strict regulations we have in Europe. And this has two very negative parts. The unfair competition towards our farmers and the sustainability as such of our produce. So I'm asking here, and I thank you for organizing this conference, I'm asking here to be very demanding in respect to the rules we will implement. And when we go to the supermarket as European consumers, 80% of our decision capacity is due to our purchasing power, and the Europeans will choose the cheaper product. So obviously we defend security and sustainability, but I ask for those rules to be clear and to demand the product traceability. So if the product is made in Europe, then to put made in Europe, but if it's not to put that label. We have a lot of problems currently. We see it in our farmers. We have a health issue, a very important health issue. We denounce from the Partido Popular in Spain the fact that there are products coming into Europe from Morocco. They're using the DDT, which has a cancerogenous effect. So thank you very much, President of the Economy Committee, for these conferences. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Serrano, for your intervention. Later on this afternoon, we will discuss on taxes and on trade regulations. So you have given us a great example on how to discuss about this. But first of all, now we're going to listen to the working together experience of Out of Use, What Forever, and Umicore presentations by Mr. Emilios Orfanos, Catherine Leenaerts, and Mark Adriaansens.
Okay, good morning everyone. Let me just introduce myself. My name is Emilio Sorfanos. I'm CEO and founder of What Forever and Revolta. I'm an energy engineer. I come from Greece. I've been living in Belgium for almost 10 years now. Before that I used to live in France. So I'm an energy engineer turned entrepreneur after 8 years of career working for Elia, different big energy companies, let's say. And I'm here to tell you the story of What Forever. So the story of What Forever is a story of impact, circularity, and collaboration. So the beauty of What Forever comes from its holistic approach. The reason we are capable of delivering the impact that we are delivering in batteries is because we have this approach that allows us to make what is waste, what comes in through our doors as a waste battery package that needs really a lot of treatment, is really dangerous waste, and is a cost from someone who disposes it, and we turn it into a system that is worth hundreds of thousands of euros when it comes out of our door. And this is something that we can only do through collaboration. And this is the story that we're here to tell you. The origin story of What Forever, we started in 2020. What Forever started as a joint venture between my own company Revolta, Out of Use, What Forever, and Ecolithium, a Dutch company. And we started What Forever. Why? Because we saw that if a circular economy model is to work, then supply chain is a must. And if you want to secure your supply chain, then you need to work all along its value chain. And that's what we did. And that's why we collaborated with Febelauto and Out of Use that you're going to hear also today. So I'm going to leave the floor to Catherine and Mark, our co-founders over at What Forever. They're going to say also how this story started from their side and where it has been taking them so far. Catherine?
Thank you, Emilio. So first of all, thank you very much to have this opportunity to talk about batteries. And first of all, I want to launch a question. Have you also heard that electric vehicles are so bad for the environment and the batteries? You cannot recycle them. Well, let's see for yourself. Our company is really also about value, confirming the former presentation of Chris of Juno, and that is what we want to show you also. So as Emilio said, I am also managing director of Febelauto since more than 22 years, and Febelauto is the organism that in Belgium recycles all the cars. And since 2016, we also recycle the batteries of the electric cars. The importer said you did a good story with this, not story, but you made a good recycling result with the cars. We are at 97.7% recycling of the cars that are coming into our recycling facilities. And we needed to make a same success story of these batteries. And that is also what we started, and therefore we needed to look for a good and a reliable second life solution as well. Normally this thing will turn. Yeah, perfect. That's good. So it's about cars, but it's also about these batteries. Recycling, we heard in the recycling company, but it is also about this value before recycling. What can we do with it? So we looked a little bit around in Europe, and we also asked in Belgium all the partners we knew, and nobody was interested. They were all afraid of batteries, or they said it's too soon in the market. And that is why we came together with these guys and made What Forever for second life of these batteries. Just to show you what is happening with a car in Belgium.
Dankzij Febelauto was het geen vaarwel, maar een tot ziens. Ze gaven hem een tweede leven. De batterij van mijn elektrische auto wordt hergebruikt of gerecycleerd. Het elektrische hart van mijn auto wordt uw thuisbatterij. Hoe cool is dat? In totaal krijgen 54% van de batterijen een tweede leven. En de rest wordt voor 100% gerecycleerd. Als dat niet schoon is. Geef jouw auto ook een tweede leven? Surf naar febelauto.be voor meer info.
The movie was indeed in Dutch, we have it in French, but you understand the idea to give it another life, and that is what we do with What Forever, and that is also what we were looking in for when we founded What Forever together, and what are these results for the moment. So until today, Febelauto collected 342 tons of batteries. How do we do it? We have contracts with car importers and they say, please collect the batteries at the dealers, give them second life, and if that is not possible, you have to recycle them. And that is how we come to this result. As you see in the film, 54% of the batteries received a second life by What Forever. The rest of the batteries is not disposed, it's completely recycled. Be assured, the whole battery goes to recycling facilities in the rest of Europe. It's in France, it's in Germany, it's in Finland. And there, the complete pack goes into the recycling facility, and what comes out is again the cobalt, the manganese, the lithium, in order to keep all this material in a loop and to make new batteries out of these recycled materials. But our story goes about the second life of the batteries. Here you see some examples. Batteries are indeed dangerous, so we need battery doctors, trained battery doctors that open batteries and that test the modules and bring them into new systems. So as Febelauto, we are indeed at the source. We see that there are batteries that can have a second life, and that is a little bit our job, and then I leave the rest to my two partners. Let's turn now to Mark and Emilios.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mark Adriaansens. I'm from the company Out of Use, and Out of Use is not my personal status, luckily. It is the status of the electric appliance we are recycling. I have 3 children and 8 grandchildren, I think, because yesterday my daughter-in-law refused a glass of wine and asked for a glass of water, so I might end up with 9. We'll see about that. But anyway, just to tell you that Out of Use is a company in the circularity, and we don't think in quarters, we think not in years, we think in generations. And what are we doing? We have a circular business model to give IT material a longer life. That means that we are doing the collection of all IT material at the company. We are going there and we do the packaging to make sure they're not damaged more than they already are. And then we are going to test them, grade them, and data wipe them. And then they go to our web shop, which is called back in use. So when it comes in, it's out of use. When it goes out, it's back in use. And we sell those laptops, servers, printers, and so on to the same company, to the personnel of the same company who has given them to us. So that makes it completely circular. And for the company who has given us those materials, we have a profit share, so they get more money out of this material, but they can also choose to donate the money, and then it goes to good causes like Circle Brussels. It's an ISBL in Brussels to close the digital divide. or they can choose to give or donate the money to Natuurpunt or Natagora, and then we build or we plant forests with it. At the end of the story, when everything is reused or recycled, about 40,000 IT items we are reusing every year, and 1,200 tons is recycled into secondary raw materials. And the recycled percentage of those raw materials is 89.96%. And then at the end, we give, of course, a report about the amount of CO2 that has been avoided. And of course, for the CSRD reporting, we are doing this in a format so that our clients can use this report to plug it in their own CSRD reporting. So our business is in the life extension of electric appliances. And we're doing exactly the same for solar panels. When we have a big roof and there is a repowering, that means that the older PV panels go away and newer ones are put on the same roof. Then we take those panels and we test them individually, make sure that they are 100% perfect, and then we can resell them again and reuse them elsewhere. The same philosophy about extension of electric appliances we do in cooperation with our partners Revolta and Febelauto within What Forever, of which Emilius will tell you more. So here we go collect the batteries from the electric vehicles, we dismantle them, take out the modules of the batteries, test them, and then they will be rebuilt into battery energy storage systems. So now I give the word to my colleague from Revolta, who is also, of course, a partner within What Forever.
And now my turn to speak as founding partner of What Forever. We started What Forever from our initial company was Revolta. Revolta is a company that makes software to allow to make the most out of batteries, meaning to use batteries in a way that is optimal for the user and for the environment. So we have developed a software that manages battery storage systems and optimizes the energy flows within a building by reducing the peaks of the consumer, by choosing the best moments to charge the battery and discharge it, or to support the electricity grid, and so on. So this is a software solution, and we are coupling it with a hardware solution from What Forever. That comes as a complete offering. So we go to the consumer with hardware and software solution, so that he has everything he needs for his battery storage system project. Now, our strength is our complementarity at What Forever. So as you saw, we are 4 companies, and each of these companies brings special value and enables part of the value chain that wouldn't be possible differently, because it's not easy to source batteries, it's not easy to treat them, and it's not easy to build them and manage them. So anyone who has tried it will tell you that. So by coming together, we are making this happen. So to continue with What Forever, then we started in 2020. We're based between Brussels and Flanders, and now we're expanding also in Wallonia. We are a team of 12 people and growing. We're growing more than 150% every year in turnover also. We are exporting already to 9 EU countries and the USA, and we're doing more than 75% of our 2023 revenues on exports. We are very proud to be one of a very rare startup that is already profitable after 3 years of operation. So we had our first profitable year in 2023. We are also very supported by the European Union for research and development grants. We have signed for more than 1.7 million euros worth of grants from Horizon Europe. And we are working also, and we have already been working with huge customers, top-tier references such as Umicore, such as the Deleuze Group here in Belgium, such as the Group Casino in France, Eiffage, and so on and so forth. And yes, and also we are an awarded brand because, well, we won the Gold Award last year as a Belgian, the best. The Golden Award for Belgian Environmental Company of the Year. And we were succeeded by Juno, by Chris's company. So why did we choose to work with energy storage? Because energy storage is the most sensitive pillar of the energy transition. Because to perform the energy transition, to go to renewable energy, you need energy storage. There's just no way around it. And energy storage is very material sensitive. And what you see on the right is a project made by a South African photographer that shows the quantity of material that is extracted from a mine. This you see is the quantity of copper that is extracted from this huge copper mine. And batteries need a lot of materials to be made, and mostly materials that are outside the EU. So this makes reuse of batteries even more strategic for the EU. And this is a mission that we're here to deliver. So what we do is we make battery storage systems that help balance the electricity system, store cheap energy to consume when prices are higher, avoid consumption peaks, or provide backup energy in case of blackout. And we are also providing the first material, which is the battery modules that we dismantle, and we give them to other people who build their own systems as well, outside Belgium. So these are the types of products that we make. It's either small modular battery packs that can be used in small businesses, either bigger cabinets that are used in bigger businesses, and third is really big battery containers that are used mostly in industrial applications. And of course, our systems require 85% less CO2 to be made and 100% less critical raw materials, because we just make them from expanding the life of a battery that has already been made. So this is very important because batteries have a huge environmental impact. So what do energy consumers gain from our batteries, from our Second Life batteries? They are capable of better integrating their EV chargers that require a lot of grid electricity. And they are capable of adding more renewable energy capacity. If you have a battery, you can install more photovoltaics on your roof because, well, you can support the energy that comes in. And reliable, nuisance and maintenance-free power backup. This is very important specifically for construction sites who use diesel generators that make a lot of noise, that pollute and are very expensive. They can use batteries instead. And we are generating savings on the energy bill. So for a customer who stores electricity at night to use it during the day, he saves money on his electricity bill. And all that by avoiding the impact of these batteries. And I cannot stress enough how much impact how much materials and CO2 a new battery requires to be made. This is very important. For a typical 100 kilowatt-hour battery that is a little bit more than a Tesla battery, we need to emit more than 11 tons CO2 to produce it. When it's dead, it's 1 ton of hazardous waste that needs to be treated. And we're extracting tens of kilos of cobalt, nickel, lithium, all of which are sourced outside the EU. And of course, we have a big impact on water reserves because lithium mining has an impact on water, on aquifers. It is a very interesting figure that we want you guys to keep in mind and take back home, is that by 2030, it will be possible to be building all stationary batteries using reused electric vehicle batteries. The electric vehicle market is so huge, and is going to be even huger, that, compared to the stationary battery, that it is actually possible to say that by 2030 we don't even need to produce new stationary batteries to store our our photovoltaic electricity and all the other things for which we need batteries. We could be reusing the batteries from electric vehicles, and we can more than cover that demand. This is very important to keep in mind. And that way, we are capable of keeping the strategic raw materials within the EU, creating sustainable jobs and EU know-how, and create a competitive edge for the EU battery industry. And so how can you guys help us? So first of all, because, well, reuse is really a virtuous enterprise, but it also comes with its challenges. And one of the biggest challenges is that we need to compete with people who don't care about the environmental impact of their batteries, and people who just will burn a lot of will emit a lot of CO2 to produce a battery that when disposed also they don't care about how it's going to be managed. And these are things that today we cannot pass in our prices. There's a huge advantage for society that we cannot pass in our prices, except when talking to sensitive consumers or sensitive buyers. But this also needs to become very concrete. So that's why we're asking to introduce sustainability criteria in the internal market. So we need for protection against competition from cheap and dirty imported batteries. And I put cheap in brackets because it's not cheap. Overall, when we are going to need to recycle these batteries, you're going to see that they're not cheap at all. And so that's why we want to ask to introduce supply chain sustainability criteria in public procurement and tax high CO2 and extracted critical raw material content. Second is that we need to amend the battery regulation to avoid cannibalization. Very often, when people think about circular economy, they will think about recycling, but recycling is actually the last thing that we need to be doing in a circular process. So today, the battery regulation gives over incentive to recycle batteries instead of reusing them. So this may mean that there will be even people who produce batteries to recycle them and then put recycled content in new batteries. This is crazy. So we need to avoid that. So we need to give a rational incentive in the battery regulation. So we need to make the rule for a minimum recycled content in new batteries smarter and include reuse as recycled content. And we need to oblige people to show that the battery is non-reusable before recycling. This is something that has already happened in other regions of the world with quite some success. And third is to phase out stationary fossil energy production. How? Well, by giving incentives or even banning actually diesel generators in construction sites in urban areas where they produce a lot of noise, a lot of pollution, and they can be very well replaced by batteries. Instead of bringing diesel generators at a construction site, you can very well bring a battery, avoid all the nuisance. And this is something that has already happened in several countries of the European Union, and that has already helped a lot, both in the air quality in cities and also to promote sustainability in construction sites. So that's the measure that we propose, is to ban use of diesel generators in construction sites in urban areas. That's us. We hope you enjoyed the presentation and are enthusiastic about What Forever as we are. And, well, feel free to contact us if you want to know more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's truly an interesting presentation, and we'll discuss it later on, I'm sure. We move on to the last presentation of this part of the day about circular hubs, connecting social economy with circular entrepreneurship in the mainstream economy. Hirvas, you have the floor.
Good morning. When I was preparing for this talk, I was thinking of a metaphor that could draw the attention to my keynote, and I came up with two. One was a snowflake, and the other was teenage sex. And when I was weighing my options, I was thinking, okay, what should I do? I came up with this compromise. I said, okay, maybe I can mention both. I will opt for the snowflake. I will have your attention, and I can still, let's say, continue my presentation without a controversial front page. So let me guide you through our story, what we try to do to put the circular economy in action, what we do every day, and how the social economy plays a vital role in. We're Circle, the company that I founded a few years ago, and basically our DNA builds on three pillars. It's knowledge, it is action, and it is connection. The knowledge that we use in order to make a deep analysis of what is the impact of the status quo, what are the opportunities, and what is the strategy to unlock that. Action, to start experiments, to do something physically on the terrain, and how do we scale that? And then lastly, connection. How do we build partnerships around those ideas? How do we build the collaboration in order to do so? And basically, that is the way that we try to contribute to the acceleration towards a circular economy. And our story starts basically in 2019. My personal story starts a little bit earlier. At my 40s, and that was in 2016, I was working for a large energy group. Basically, I've been working in energy, refining and chemicals, plastics, and ended up asking myself at the age of 40 the question, what am I doing and what do I want? And basically, I reset my compass and I said, okay, I want four things differently from what I do now. I want to have local impact. I want to work in a small group of people that I trust. I want to work on innovation, and I want to work on sustainability. It took me 2 years to jump, and then in 2018, I quit my job at that large energy company and first started on this topic, how do we get plastics into the circular economy? That's 2018. 2019, I engaged in a postgraduate on bio-based and circular economy, and that's where I met my founder fellows. The person in the middle is a professor from the University of Hasselt on environmental economics, and he organized what I believe to be the first postgraduate on circular economy in Flanders, I think. I was participating in that course and met my other co-founder, Anna Froidemont. We were all at the crossroad of our career, asking ourselves this same question. So we met in 2019, started to really cooperate in 2020, and founded the company in 2021. Was it easy? It was not easy. Is it fun? Yeah, it's fun. Is it rewarding? And I don't mean this from a financial point of view. It certainly has. We've created a new pathway, I think, for ourselves, in which we are in sync professionally with our personal ambitions and values. That being said, creating a company which has connection and collaboration at its center during the COVID period, I can tell you that's hard work. Nevertheless, we're still standing. And in 2023, we were able to hire two youngsters, two bright persons that share the same value, and said, okay, we want to be part of this We're Circle story. Further on, what we try to do as knowledge is the other pillar. For all the projects that we do, we try to find, well, let's say, the best experts that we can find. For some of the topics, we do have some expertise, but as you know, we know less than we do know. So we try to hire those people that really contribute something also on this expertise field. I think the bottom line is, I heard somebody saying we hire for the shared values. I think we're also there, and then we also hire for this capacity of collaboration, because we do think that the essential is there. And then we also try to, let's say, enforce ourselves smartly. We've got an engineer full-time who's also in a postgraduate, who's working on an AI tool to support what we are doing. Voilà. And so that's the way that we are building our organization. Now, before we dive into the projects that we are doing, or the work that we are doing, I have a small question for you. I'm an engineer by training. I'm not used to speak for a parliament. I was just wondering whether there's any other scientific people in the room. Some engineers or chemists or... Oh yeah, okay, a few. Okay. Well, that reassures me a little bit. I've got a few mathematics at the end of the presentation, so maybe I can
some
ask you
people
to
are
answer that
able to
question.
understand you.
Sorry?
Some people are actually able to understand you.
Sorry?
Some of the people are actually able to understand you.
Yeah, which is good. Okay, so that's us. I would like to start at the level 1 of what we do. Right? Level 1 is project level. And when we build projects, we like to start from the theory of change. What is the problem here? What are the root causes of that problem, and which assumptions do we make? What are pathways, transition pathways that can put us in another direction? What kind of actions and experiments will help to engage in those pathways? What is the outcome? And then, of course, what is that or how is that contributing to the impact? And let's apply that on a plastics case, right? We have the ambition, or we believe that in the plastic value chain, one of the things that is missing is a local circular plastics hub. So basically, what is the problem? And those figures might be slightly outdated, but basically, even with all the effort that we do in order to collectively or selectively collect plastics, a large amount of the plastics that we use are still burned. And secondly, and that has also been mentioned, the major strategy that is chosen by the industry for plastics is recycling. That's a problem. What is the root cause to that? Well, plastics are basically everywhere. Every plastics is different, so it's really hard to organize yourself around those plastics. Now, when we come to those transition pathways, how can we change that? Our belief is that different ways of organizing this collection might be a way to unlock the intrinsic value of those plastics, either as an object or as a material. So we said, okay, let's try to put up 10 cases, 10 small pilot cases in order to experiment how those transition pathways can work. Okay, and basically the objective of those pilot projects is really to identify 3 things. What is in there, in those streams? What's the intrinsic value of it? And then thirdly, what conditions can we create to access that value? And of course, the impact that we had in mind is how can recycling of plastics become the solution of last resort? And of course, next to that, there's much more impact. How can that create jobs? And you will see now the social economy plays a vital role in that. Okay, just giving you one example of what we did. At the end of last year, we set up a very large pilot exercise where we tried, in cooperation with a waste municipality, in cooperation with a social economy company, to start sorting the rigid plastics that households bring to the recycling park. So what we did is we set up a pilot line, semi-automated, integrated some technology of the University of Leuven into that, which made it really easy for those people that have it hard to find a job on the employment market to identify those plastics and see what we could do. Can we come up with a qualitative sorting? Can we have some throughput and make this also economically attractive? What kind of automation would be necessary, right? And I must say those sorting exercise was really a success. Okay, you will find the link to a small video that we've made. I won't show it here, but it gives you an idea of what we did. So basically, it's really how do we make an experiment in order to identify those constraints that are in the way of doing it differently. Okay. Now, out of that exercise, there's a lot that's starting now. One of the partners says, okay, how could the recycling park of the future look like if we integrate a small amount of automation, a little bit of recognition technology, and then the labor that the social economy can bring. Another partner said, okay, if we can come up with a pure stream really early in the chain, could reuse be possible? Or could we gain some logistics cost, because when the stream is pure, maybe we might compact. And so the logistics become less expensive. And so we see that in those exercises, the questions of the next experiment, they emerge. One of the things we did, for example, was really to look at the design of some street furniture. We built a bench out of it. And there also we see that linking the story, and one of the previous presentations also mentioned that, giving the material an ID, an identity, really engaged citizens to change their behavior. Okay? Now, the next thing is that if we would have, let's say, a small operation that already treats plastics, you see that other streams can easily use that infrastructure. So as we speak, we are starting another experiment with the university hospital in Leuven, where we say, okay, we've identified 10 streams of plastics that could be possibly reused, but you need to have the logistics to do so. But as we were doing another experiment, we start to have some critical mass in order to also accept other streams. And so you see that progressively, we're gaining momentum. And that's what we do. We're doing that also with polycarbonate roof covers. We're looking at PVC floorings. And it's all the same concept. What's in there? What could be the value? How should we organize? Let's do an experiment. Okay, that's the first level. Then go to the second level. This project is not a standalone project. We are very active and we are very lucky to be part of a coalition in the city of Leuven, which is 20 kilometers from here. And it's a city, and I think I can make the statement, it's one of the front runners in Belgium when it comes to circularity. In 2019, the city already had a circular strategy. And in 2021, they engaged our company in order to work together on the fifth pillar of their strategy, stimulating the circular entrepreneurship. Okay? And I must say this has been an amazing journey. This is one of those social circular hubs that Brigitte Moulignot, director of Circular Flanders, mentioned. It's a small ecosystem in a city, 100,000 people, in which basically all important stakeholders are engaged. The city, the innovation ecosystem, the academic world, citizens' initiatives, companies, waste municipality. It's a large group that is ready to say, let's go for experiments that can fuel the transition. And I must say, since 2021, we've done a lot. I already talked a little bit about plastics. We've done on plaster, we've done on concrete, we've done on red ceramic. We're involved in projects with appliances. We're working on textiles. There is wood. So we're starting to see a whole portfolio of projects. And when we looked at those, I can say that in each and every one of those projects, the social economy plays a vital role. Either it be in dismantling, in sorting, in the logistics, and even in more complex tasks like repairing. And so you see that this ecosystem is really starting to function. We've got 2 social economy enterprises in this consortium, and they play not only the role of supplying manpower, they're basically the pioneers in the whole process. So that was level 2 at the city level. Level 3, and you will probably recognize the slide, this city environment is not a standalone. It's part of a network of 12 hubs. We're pushing that to 15, where basically every city in Flanders is linked, and that there is a true cooperation between those cities. And why is that important? First of all, we're everybody's doing a great job, but we're also partly reinventing the wheel every time, right? So how can we do smart specializations in every city? I can say in Leuven we're pretty good with plastics and textile. Maybe we can take the lead and the others can join. There are other cities that are really good in wood or in stone. So how can we have smart specializations between those cities and learn quickly from each other? The second thing is, how do we position ourselves towards the supra-local instances, for example? And also there the social economy is really important. We've got in Flanders 2 really strong federations of social economy companies, and they are really a vector in order to spread and scale all the work that we are doing. And then thirdly, so that was 3. Then 4, we're also active on the European level. Leuven is one of the 100 mission cities, and we really try to be incorporated in the ambition to become a climate neutral city. And of those 5 emission pillars, waste and circularity is a very important one. So how can we link that? And secondly, we're also involved in a project with 3 partner cities. So together with Leuven, we have Turku, Bologna, and Eindhoven, where we try to ask ourselves the question, what happens if we, on a certain challenge, we connect those 4 innovation ecosystems? Do we come up with better solutions, with new solutions? And do we increase demand for those solutions so that we have, again, this critical mass in order to gain some momentum? We've done some on mobility, we've done some on renovation, and renovation you can easily link with the circular economy. Where will those materials come from? Okay? So 4 levels on which we are active and in which the social economy at each time plays a crucial role. We are a small company, but we do try to think systemically. And I would say, well, never doubt what a small group of ambitious people can reach. Now, the link with the snowflake, okay? This is the project I talked about. Right? You see it? That's the project, okay? This is one project. When you look to the city of Leuven, there's a portfolio of projects that we are working on. But it's not just this city, right? We are part of a group of cities. And in each of those cities, there is energy, there's entrepreneurship, people are working. It's amazing when you look at it. Okay? What if we connect all those initiatives in Europe? Then you start to see something like this. Beautiful, but fragile, right? And here's the question to you. How do we make this systemic? Right? We need strong European policy to do so. Backed with strong local and national, or regional and national ambitions. And if we then manage to translate that also at a city level, with smart specializations, then I think we can truly talk about system change. And a system typically has 3 characteristics. It's resilient, it's self-organizing, and it is part of a hierarchy. I've stolen this one when I was reading the book on system thinking from Donella Meadows. This is a snowflake of Koch. And you saw it's built out of triangles. And here comes the map. When we add complexity and we continue to add triangles, what will eventually, if we would add an infinite amount of triangles, what would be the perimeter of that figure for the engineers? I will tell you, right? It will go to infinity. Yet the surface will always remain within a circle. And so also from that perspective, this metaphor is really beautiful. We can grow infinitely in complexity, in connection, while remaining within a certain boundary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaas. snowflake will remember us. Okay. Any questions from the participants on this presentation or the three previous ones? If there's no question at this time, you can talk while having a walking lunch in the room of pillars next door. I want to remind the participants to fill in the request to take the floor this afternoon and put this on the table of Johan so we can manage and organize everything this afternoon. For now, thank you for the attention, thank you for all speakers, and we go to the walking lunch.
Ja,
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues. The colleagues of the Flemish Parliament are seated where normally the ministers of the government are seated. So this is also for us a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, maybe. And they have prepared, each of them, a discussion on some key questions. First of all, Stijn de Roo will start with which role the European Union should play in promoting circular economy. Should the European Union set concrete targets for member states is the question he will raise. Stijn is a member of CD&V, the Flemish Christian Democrats, and the floor is all his.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2015, in December, the European Commission adopted the first Circular Economy Action Plan. In March 2020, the Commission adopted the new Circular Economy Action Plan. It's one of the main building blocks of the European Green Deal, as we have seen this morning. The EU's transition to a circular economy aims to reduce pressure on natural resources and will create sustainable growth and jobs. The new action plan announces initiatives along the entire life cycle of products. It targets how products are designed, promotes circular economy processes, encourages sustainable consumption, and aims to ensure that waste is prevented and the resources used are kept in the EU economy for as long as possible. Belgium and Flanders were and still are European pioneers in circular economy. And as such, circular economy has already been on the agenda here for quite a while in some way. During the previous Belgian presidency in 2010, Flanders put forth sustainable material management as one of the focus domains for the Belgian presidency. It's therefore no coincidence that this conference is taking place here today in the Flemish Parliament. We are happy that the topic is getting more attention. Circular economy is vital to strengthening European strategic autonomy and the green transition, but much work still needs to be done. Therefore, we must raise two following questions. The first one, which role should the European Union play in promoting circular economy? And second, should the European Union set concrete targets for member states? I look forward to the debate.
Thank you, Stijn. I have 6 colleagues, participants, who already told me by the request that they want to take the floor. And we'll start with Maya Bitadze, the chair of the Environmental Protection and Natural Resources Committee of the Parliament of Georgia.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. It's an honor for me as the chair of the Committee on Environmental Protection of Georgia to attend this interparliamentary conference. As for European Union, for Georgia, circular economy is a critical component in driving towards sustainable economic, social and environmental development. Shift to circular economy is a shift to innovation and technology development. As a EU candidate country, our mission is to transpose necessary environmental and energy-related EU directives and regulations, ensure energy security, and contribute to just transition toward climate-neutral future. Unfortunately, environmental deregulation policies which were implemented during 2005 and 2011 in our country affected the sector a lot. But fortunately, after 2012, transition from traditional economy towards circular economy and fulfilling our obligations under EU-Georgian Association Agreement and other relevant international treaties required government to cover the sphere in a comprehensive way, using comprehensive reforms across different sectors. To date, we have already transposed some of key EU environmental directives and regulations, which are necessary for environmental protection, rational use of natural resources and sustainable development. Most importantly, we have adopted critical legislation, including Waste Code, Environmental Impact Assessment Code, forest code, climate-related regulations in different areas, thus covering roots of environmental democracy and management tools. These regulations are essential for energy security, circular economy of our country, and achieving the goals under Paris Agreement and Georgian updated national determined contributions. Georgia also developed a long-term low-emission development strategy with the aim to achieve climate neutrality by 2050 alongside the EU. Currently, we are also working on circular economy roadmap and strategy, which will further guide us toward a more sustainable and circular future. These laws and policies are key to transition towards circular economy and addressing the triple planetary crisis. Thus, the EU candidate country, Georgia, is committed to further fulfil its obligations under the Association Agreement and other international agreements. However, new environmental and energy and climate regulations create additional obligations for public and business sector, which currently lack financial, technological and human resources and capacity to properly fulfill them. Thus, further guidance, expertise sharing and capacity building from the EU is essential for effective implementation of new laws and policies in the country and transitioning towards a sustainable and circular economic model. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then we go on to Gianni Rossa from Italy, Italian Senate.
Sì, grazie. Secondo I dati 2024,
according to data from 2024, the global index of the circular economy in the world, namely the criteria which enables us to measure the quota of material coming from recycled material, is 7.2% for 2023. In Europe, the situation is definitely better. The rate of usage for circular materials is 11.7%. In Italy, this is around 18.4%. This data, however, confirms that the consumption of virgin materials is much larger than secondary materials. The European Union is a leader in terms of circular economy and can make a difference in making its products more sustainable. For a number of years now already, we have been on the front line in materializing the energetic transition and realize the circular economy in order to reduce CO2 emissions. It's obvious, though, that we can and must do more and turn the European Union into an area where competitors have real opportunities for growth and adhere to economic and social standards that enable us to establish a real circular mentality. It's also obvious that moving towards a circular economy with specific targets cannot happen to the detriment of the economies of member states. We can't think that the development of the European Union towards further sustainability must go through damaging the development of the economies of the states that make the European Union. A virtuous example, a good example, is the collaboration between member states towards a safeguard of the economies of the member states by increasing the sustainability of various sectors. And this is the recent agreement between the Council and the European Parliament that allows member states to a choice when it comes to reusing and packaging.
Thank you. We move on to France for the intervention of Anthony Brosset.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mes chers collègues, députés et sénateurs des pays membres de l'Union européenne, la question de l'économie circulaire revêt un enjeu primordial à l'heure de l'augmentation des coûts des matières premières et de leur raréfaction. Elle est d'autant plus essentielle dans le contexte climatique que nous connaissons, où nous devons réduire notre empreinte environnementale. L'Union à laquelle nous appartenons fixe des règles communes, tant sur le marché intérieur que sur nos échanges économiques, que nos déplacements ou notre état de droit. Mais cette Union est également agile et évolutive. Nous l'avons vu avec sa réactivité pour commander de manière groupée des vaccins. Ces évolutions ne doivent pas s'arrêter là. Oui, l'Union.
The European Union has to stipulate ambitious rules for the capacity to develop this circular economy. That is important for different reasons, and we can do this. We can help the member states that need help. France has adopted in 2020 an act that is very ambitious and that strives to reduce waste in France, especially for waste in fast food restaurants or in households. Also, everything that has to do with electrical appliances and the responsibility of the industry. We have already talked about this morning. It is important, for example, that we also try to reuse our electronic devices. It is important to reuse our packaging. So we really want to do something regarding batteries, for example, where there will be an important site in Dunkirk that we have discussed also this morning during the presentations of Interparliamentary and What Forever. So we have a number of challenges that we should try to deal with in order to really deal with the challenges of this century. A strong economy, but also a circular economy in the context of the European context. Thank you.
Spain, we have Cesar Sanchez, the climate change spokesperson.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. En primer lugar, agradecer
I would like
a
to
la organización.
thank the organization of this important working day, necessary day, and very relevant considering the times we live in as Europe and more specifically as member states. We are working on this green transformation from the Partido Popular in Spain. We're fully committed to enhance policies related to circular economy, to deploy renewable, to reach climate neutral in accordance with the objectives, the 2030 and 2050 objectives. We have to continue to transform our economies, and from the Partido Popular in Spain, we are specifically insisting in the compatibility between the economy and the fight against climate change. We realize there's a real risk in some of the European countries. We see that also in Spain. The risk of unpopular ecologism, which can threaten the climate agenda of all countries. We have to realize that some policies are far away from the citizens, policies that put in danger regional and local economies. These policies can have an adverse impact on this climate change agenda that we need to carry on to do things correctly. Because it's not only a question to save ourselves as a civilization or to save the planet, it's just a question of doing the correct thing. Therefore, we need to move forward. We need to improve the transparency and the financing of the agenda, or the financing of the circular economy in Europe and in our country. We bet for the technological neutrality. We don't want to renounce to any technology to reach our objectives. We cannot give an ideology to some of the technologies. If we have a common objective, we need to use all the available technologies to reach the objectives. For us, it's important to have an harmonized legislation. We see that sometimes there is a misalignment and it creates unfair competition from some industries of some member states, and this is an obstacle for reaching our objective at European level. And we have to work bottom up. We have to have an influence on the habits of citizens. We have to change, and we have to involve the civil society from bottom up. And lastly, an important detail on which we should work on from our point of view is taxation. We need to have specific taxation. The resources of green taxes cannot go to the main part and end up in different investments that have nothing to do with the transformation we are facing as Europe and as a country. So it's important to give an objective to green taxation to Europe and to the different member states. And to conclude, in the last decades, the concept of you pollute, you pay is part of our legal text, but we need to move forward. This principle is very good, it's basic, it's essential, but we have to include who protects wins in order to monetize with incentives change in the European societies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now it's up to Pietro Lorefice from the Italian Senate, please.
Sì, grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to greet the colleagues. Thank you very much for this extremely important opportunity for a debate and for giving us the opportunity to learn more about the circular economy that has been developed in your region and your country. It is clear that the role of the European Union in recent years has been essential to give further impulse and a strong momentum to the circular approach in general. Without the impulse provided by the European Union, we would never have reached the objectives that we have seen in front of our very eyes. What does this mean? That now we need even further strength and determination, as well as courage, without which we will not be able to achieve the great objectives linked to climate change in 2030 and 2050. Now, the question that you posed in a very clear manner, which is the role that the European Union must play in promoting the circular economy in general. Clearly, with even more strength, we must now shift to an approach that will give us not only deadlines and clear and stated objectives, but it is desirable from my political group with the next Parliament to set out a stringent regulation that will give all of us in the 27 member states of the European Union clear and unequivocal rules. Without shared, intense, we will never be able to achieve these ambitious objectives, such as recycling and waste management, the right to repair, mitigating programmed obsolescence. All of these objectives have already partially been achieved, but we must be braver and think of the policies that are linked to incentives. So how can we tackle the economic challenges that lie ahead? We need to start thinking, for instance, for example, of Eurobonds to finance this sector. This is just an idea that I'd like to table and that perhaps could lead us to achieve tangible results. Of course, we will have to use green and clean for sources of energy, and we need to move away from fossil fuels. I hope that soon all of our member states will be strengthened and achieve the objectives that we have given ourselves and that we will continue to give ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. We go back to France for the intervention of Marta de Sidriac from the French Senate.
Hartelijk dank. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I also wanted to tell you how glad I am that I am here this afternoon to exchange with you on this important topic of the circular economy. The 18th of March is also the World Day of Recycling, so it's a well-chosen date, and it is great that we are able to talk about this. Ladies and gentlemen, I was also very satisfied to hear this morning that we spoke about recycling and repairability, but we also heard another topic that is very important for us in the French Senate, and that is the topic of reuse. And I think that all these concepts should be looked at together. We should not forget repairability, reuse, recycling. These are topics that have been mentioned this morning. I would like to speak about another aspect that is important for us, and that is subsidiarity. We think that the European Union has to play a very important role in the circular economy, but we also think that there should be enough room of maneuvering for the member states, because we do not always have the same operational processes to reach the common objectives. And I would like to give some illustrations, 2 topics, perhaps 2 points. First of all, it is important to make it possible for the member states who want to go further than the European objectives to be able to do so. And that is also why France thought that it was important that the regulation on packaging be discussed on an environmental level in the first place, because the member states can have their own desires, and it is important that they can all take a stand in the context of the circular economy. And then the second point has to do with everything that comes before the circular economy. We have already talked about the waste streams. This has been sufficiently commented upon this morning. And I think that we also have a number of processes that have been well developed in France. And we should also speak about the roles of municipalities, for example, because we do not have the same waste collection procedures, for example. We should be conscious about that. And that is also why we think that it is essential that the member states can decide with their own means how to reach a number of common objectives. Of course, it is important to have these common objectives, to have them enshrined in European law, but there should also be a lot of freedom of taking right initiatives within the different member states. Now, that is really something that I wanted to underline today. And then I think that regarding the question that you asked about what the role could or should be of the European Union within the circular economy, and whether very tangible objectives have to be decided upon by the European Union, I think that the answer to both questions is yes.
For that, Mr. Petr Kalivoda of Slovakia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, I am a representative from the Slovak Republic, and it's an honor to me to have the word in this fruitful event. Based on the new Circular Economy Action Plan, the European Union and its member states should not slack off in fulfillment of the set goals as the percentage of recyclable waste, reducing the amount of the waste produced per inhabitant, or supporting certain types of renewable materials. The legislative proposals on waste, which were adopted together with the Circular Economy Action Plan, include long-term targets to reduce the volume of landfill and increase the preparation for reuse and recycling of key waste streams. Although the rate of recycling within the European Union is increasing, even so, in several member states, including Slovakia, most waste is still disposed of by incineration or landfilling. It is obvious that landfill must be the last and least used option. In addition to the action plan for the circular economy, there are regulations of establishing a framework for setting eco-design requirements for sustainable products, regulation concerning batteries and waste batteries, proposal on packaging and packaging waste, whether the European strategy for plastics in a circular economy, which represent clear commitments for our future in the area of the circular economy and our environment. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you from Slovakia. We go to Poland, to the Polish Senate for the message of Piotr Mastowski.
Thank you. Next, Piotr. Thank you for the conference. I'm grateful for initiative. I'm grateful for practical knowledge and for opportunity that we can discuss. I want to start with the seminar I attended in Warsaw. It was organized by the think tank and with the support of the Swedish and Norwegian ambassadors. And it was about good practices, like a Norwegian policy to reduce the use of plastic bags. But it was also about the data. Do you know Circular Gap report? There is only one conclusion. The circular economy is gaining popularity, but failing short on action. Why? Only 7.2 materials used in production are secondary raw materials. I mean, in a global economy. And what is important, it was 9.1 5 years ago. So the situation is worse, not better. As Aurel Ciobanu-Dordea said, European economy has a global impact, so I think we have a lot to do. My conclusions, on one hand, I'm really afraid that one day European regulation will decide if I can kiss my wife or not. But on the second hand, I think that we need more common tasks. Why? I mean, we need something which will allow us to compare the situation between the countries, and I mean plans, how to do it, how to share knowledge, how to open a market. We had a study visit in Takeda, and I was surprised that it was about the water, about how to reuse the water, and I know that colleagues from my part of Europe were surprised too. Why? Because main topic in Poland, it's a caution system for the packaging at the moment. We do not discuss about the water, we do not discuss about the food waste and so on. So I think that we need more common and comparison in the plans. And one more thing I want to add, we have a crisis in rural areas in Europe. And I think that it's a circular economy, it's a great possibility for them because of the biomass, because of the biomethane and so on. So I think we have to convince them, we have to discuss with them because at the moment they do not believe in European policy. So this is a time and this is a place when we can do something in this area. Thank you.
Okay, from Warsaw we go back to Brussels and I give the floor to Kathleen Verhelst, who is a member of the Federal Parliament of Belgium.
Goeiedag allemaal. Ik ben ook hier aanwezig. I'm also proud to be here today and to be able to talk about this topic which is universal and relevant to us all. We are all EU member states here and we all share the same concerns and we obviously all have similar goals, which is to aspire after a more circular economy. I'm not just an MP, but I'm also an entrepreneur, a concerned entrepreneur who's the subject of many laws and regulations. So I would like to caution you to be careful when it comes to our economies and our European companies. Creating a level playing field is still a precondition to our market. Over-regulation and too much red tape is something we need to avoid. So please, let's standardize the rules between the countries. And what I would also like to highlight as a priority, we shouldn't impose requirements on our companies in our market that are not relevant to companies outside of the EU that import products into the EU. So the European ambition and the European laws and regulations, as they apply here, must also be applied outside the EU's boundaries, so that we do not end up as an economic graveyard. But as an entrepreneur, I'm always an optimist, so I believe that all of us here together in the room can achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. So we heard some Dutch in the plenary session today. That was all for the participants of the conference that wanted to speak on this topic, and we go back to Stijn for some conclusions and answers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for all the discussion and for all the points of view from the different member states. Several members talked about the advantages and the opportunities for circular economy, and I think that's a common ground why we are here today. That's a common ground we can build on, and we can set steps for more circular economy in Europe. Is Europe obligated to define targets and so on? There is some discussion about. When we look to the implementation of the EU Action Plan for the Circular Economy, we see that the EU wants to encourage the member states to adopt their own national or regional plans, strategies, ideas, and so on. And I think most of the members who supported circular economy said that the regional and the national strategies are very important. Also, Georgia, a candidate member state, has said they had taken measures to grow towards a more circular economy. What I also remember from the discussion is that we have to consider the position and the interests of our economy, of our companies, to look for a level playing field. It's very important in Europe, but also when we look to the world. And I think, for example, in trade policies, we have to address that. We have to have attention for a level playing field, and we have to take in focus the actions we do around circular economy. And to conclude, I think most of you said that a greater collaboration among the member states is crucial for innovation, to exchange best practices, and that's why we're here today, and we can move to a more circular Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De Roo. We go to the second chapter of the discussion of this afternoon, and therefore I give the floor to Andries Griffois. He's a member of the Flemish Nationalist Party, and give you the floor.
Thank you, Chair. United in diversity, we are here together with 24 countries, and that's quite important because Europe is not one mainstream, but it's an assembly of different mainstreams. And you see in each country, big city, small city, or even regions, different projects, depending sometimes of the ecosystem that they have over there. Sometimes also depending because of some borders that they have, physically or, let us say, psychological. If you're an island or a high region, you're a flat country, you have all different possibilities. And at the end, you see that there are a lot of nice examples. And the question is now how we can strengthen all these possibilities to, let us say, a more better network. How we can learn from each other, how we can exchange possibilities on circular economy with each other. And that's the question that I want to debate with you, and I will just give you an example as a thought. If you look to the SDGs, this is one single entry point. This is one unique platform with different blocks. And behind these different blocks, there's a whole specialized back office. The question could be, is that something that we can realize also in the European Union concerning the circular economy, having that one unique platform with different blocks, where all these exchanges, all these projects all these examples can put it on so that others can learn from examples from other countries, other regions, other cities. So that's my open question for this debate.
Thank you for that and for the answers. We look to you. We have 5 people who already told that they want to intervene. And first we go to Greece for Maria Eleni Soutoli-Viliali from the Hellenic Parliament. I did my best.
Thank you. Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to intervene in this debate and discuss a problem that I believe should be on the priorities of the European leaders and the citizens, especially now that the European elections are coming up. We all agree that the right management of natural resources and the transition from a linear to a circular economy demands direct actions. We need to run faster, and this must be done now. Time is up. I am Marilena Soukouli, Member of Parliament with New Democracy, the governing party in the Greek Parliament under Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis. Today, I will not focus on the big progress that my country has made in the last years, but allowed me to address the questions on this debate regarding all the benefits, especially for countries like Greece, of having an innovative proposal for better networking among stakeholders. I strongly believe that if this transition is to succeed, we must get everybody on board. We have to involve civil society, the academic community, companies, hubs, as well as the authorities to create policies transforming the existing top-down model to a bottom-up one. In other words, we should move to the creation of mega or super hubs in every member state, funded by the European Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, such a model, it will create partnerships that will have measurable effects on the lives of citizens, on environmental protection, and of course, on sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you for that contribution. We go to Gianni Rosa from the Italian Senate.
L'importanza della collaborazione transnazionale.
Transnational collaboration to tackle shared challenges and promote sustainable development of participating countries is part and parcel of this project. In analyzing the processes that allow companies to share know-how, sees huge importance given to involving centers for research, universities, startups, and public and private investors in order to facilitate technological transfer. In this context, the European Union must work together with stakeholders, both public and private, supporting the development of green innovation through multi-institutional partnerships that involve local communities. The European Union must therefore implement support programs to create innovative ecosystems in which public and private partnerships work together in promoting successful results and that are addressed particularly at young entrepreneurs. It is essential, in fact, that the new generations of business people seize the shared experiences and good practices in member states of the European Union and among companies, which is crucial not only for the growth and competitiveness of the economy in the European Union, but also ensures a better collaboration within industries and can enable an exchange of know-how in order to foster a circular transition. Thank you.
Contribution of Emma Pavanelli of the Italian Parliament.
Yes, thank you, President. Today is the Worldwide Recycling Day, as my French colleague reminded earlier. Italy, together with Germany, is one of the leaders in recycling, especially if we talk about all of the materials that are such as steel, aluminium, paper, wood, plastic, glass. We are way over 50%. Some of these materials, like glass, we are nearly at 86% recycling. This means that we have countries that are today leaders within the Union, and these countries have to help all the other countries. We mustn't leave anyone behind. But what the Union needs to remember when it does a new rule, a new regulation for all countries, is that we cannot punish certain productions that are within one or more countries, leaving an absolute freedom to products that come from abroad, that don't have the same rules, that don't have the Green New Deal that we're all trying to pursue in the next few years. I'm thinking of the single-use products that penalized Italy with bioplastic production for as you may recall, especially disposable cutlery. Now today Europe is full of bamboo cutlery from China. We don't know how it is made. We don't know how much energy, how much CO2 is used for its production. And in the meantime, a country like Italy, but maybe in the future it might be other countries who have other kinds of productions, have become penalized by it. Now, this is important to remember, because if we want to have this network and we want to try to have a union that works together, we have to listen and think of what happens in all countries. We cannot penalize one country for another. We need to work together. We need to help the smaller countries, especially those who are trying to enter the Union and who would like to be helped to arrive at the same level as the rest of the European Union and do their best. Of course, we need to tackle many other products. We need to tackle the textile industry. We absolutely need to focus on this. We are receiving from China and other countries textile that is becoming a huge problem for all of Europe. We need to tackle also the building industry in circular economy. So I think that we have a lot of work to be done, but we actually have the know-how. If we look at all of our countries together, without penalizing anyone, I think that we have the possibility to be the most virtuous continent in the world for circular economy. Thank you, Mr. President.
That's a hopeful message. We go to France for the contribution of Marta de Sidriac.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much.
Les législations, en fait,
the legislation of a number of member states could be an example for other member states. We are convinced of that. The circular economy package of the Green Deal found its inspiration in some French acts regarding reuse and recycling, for example. We also have a number of indexes, for example, that we set up, and this clearly shows that there are member states that have examples that could be followed by other member states. But at the same time, France has also made use of some good practices of other member states, and I think that it is important to bring this in mind. We have, for example, in July 23, a report that was used from Belgium, people who would not respect waste separation rules would be sanctioned. So this is also quite interesting. And as I said previously, it might be interesting to have a platform, but the best of platforms could see the light of day when we discuss things together like we're doing today, because it makes it possible to really understand what happens in the different member states and what can work or not work within our own context with our own specifications. Thank you. That is what I wanted to share with you.
Is from Italy, from the Parliament of Italy.
Grazie Presidente per
Many
avermi
thanks,
concesso il privilegio di
Chair, for giving me the privilege to take the floor, but I would also like to thank the institutions of this state for giving us the opportunity to share our experiences. And I would like to focus particularly on the word sharing. Sharing good, productive and entrepreneurship, good practices and entrepreneurship. Before we issue laws in the EU, we need to focus on good practices as examples that we can export beyond individual member states. States that have already initiated laws regarding the circular economy can reap the benefits of these policies and won't be penalized by the negative impacts of directives on national laws. We have focused in Italy on the packaging regulation laws, a package that has been approved by the two chambers and that I personally presented as a spokesperson in the chamber, the lower chamber. The Italian government has seen a great approval rate on these policies. Its main objective is to safeguard jobs, technologies, and entrepreneurship, and has enabled us to achieve great success in terms of packaging. I would like to focus on the fact that finding agreements and collaborating is better than imposing policies top-down. The European Union must make more efforts in adopting tools that enable us to plan ahead, such as the strategy for climate change or the strategy on sustainable development and the national programs for waste management. These political programs are a beacon that the institutions can and must identify in order to guarantee growth on all levels. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Portugal for the intervention of Tiago Brandão Rodrigues. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, it's not in this one, it's in the following one.
Oh, it's in the following one. Excuse me.
Is that okay?
That's okay. Okay, I think we have all the interventions. We had all the interventions for Chapter 2, unless somebody else wants to speak up. No.
Thank you for the interventions, and then I've learned two important mainstream thoughts, and I can fully agree also with these mainstream thoughts. The first is what is also called already by examples, for example, from Italy, the bottom-up approach. Europe, before they decide something, they have maybe listened more to what's happening on the ground floor, if I can say like this. Because the circular economy could be a success if it's also everyone involved. Citizens, local authorities, regional authorities, national authorities, everyone. Otherwise, you have no circular economy. And then, of course, it's very important that not only in the executive part, in the implementation part, everyone is involved, but also in the decisive part. And for that reason, I agree that we have more listened to what's happening really on the ground floor, if I can use that image. Second is, I agree with you, friends, that in fact, yes, it's not only the digital way to connect each other by examples and network exchange, etc. That's also why we are very happy to see here 24 different countries from different regions. That's where you can discuss. My example is more like if you go back home and you want to do more research and more learn about what was telling by Italy or by other countries, how we can find this kind of inventory. And I think there, let us say, an European platform can help to learn more about. And then you have to implement it, of course, in your own region and country. But sometimes you can have ideas by other countries and other regions based on discussions that you have, for example, in that kind of panel, that kind of discussions, and then you have a kind of inventory. That's for me the two most important conclusions, thoughts that I have kept here. I think I've put all this bottom up, and then, of course, the very important physical contacts within members of parliament to discuss these topics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move on to the third chapter, and that's why I give the floor to Thijs Verburgt. He's a member of the Flemish Socialist Party.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. Bonjour, bienvenue au Parlement flamand. Guten Tag, buenas tardes, dobar dan, dzień dobry. Welcome, chers collègues. As I was asked to talk about a circular economy or reusage and education, I thought it was appropriate to reuse some of the knowledge of languages, a bit rusty, it's true, I've learned throughout the years at school and university. But to come to the actual topic on circular economy and education, I would like to put to the floor a first fundamental question. When we talk about skills for the circular economy, what are those skills, those circular skills? In my personal opinion, too often we look at STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, as those kind of skills. But it were engineers, chemists, scientists that gave us toxic pollution, that gave us forever chemicals, that gave us waste. So maybe we need something else or something added to that technical knowledge. Basic creativity, looking at a problem and not just looking for a solution, but also realizing that your solution might be someone else's problem. And so fundamental creativity. Secondly, maybe a more holistic approach. Knowledge about history, society, meteorological aspects. To put it bluntly, would an engineer with full understanding of the impact of the industrialization process of the 19th century, the impact it had on health of people and the environment, would he or she make the same choices today? I think that kind of knowledge, those skills are essential. Secondly, should we only focus on compulsory education? If we do so, it will take us 10, 15 years to create this fundamental shift. What do we do with the entrepreneurs, the managers, the employers of today? How do we get them in this discussion? Can we advance their skills, those who are doing the work today? And so I think that's a fundamental question we also have to ask. How do we engage the conversation with entrepreneurs who are not thinking circular today? Is it by government stimulation with subsidies or projects, or are there other ways to get them in the conversation and in the stream of conscience of circular economy? I look forward to your contributions.
Thank you. And now we go to Tiago Brandão Rodrigues from the Portuguese Parliament.
Thank you, dear Chairman. Here, Tiago from the Portuguese Parliament, and if you allow me, I'd like to give you 12 points. 12 points to Belgium and more specifically to the Flemish Parliament. What a warm welcome during this quite interesting conference. How to educate and train our employees, entrepreneurs and managers to have specific skills for switching to a circular economy. Reskill, upskill, formal, informal, or non-formal education. Well, in Portugal, for an integrated transition policy, we consider it is important to establish an ambition for the country for the next 3 decades. This exercise is undertaken internally, transversally, and also within the context of individual sectorial programs. And education is key in the building of this complex pathway. I believe that we all agree that the transition to a circular economy is dependent on how individuals and organizations learn to innovate and apply what they have learned in the real world. The lack of know-how is a significant obstacle in the transition towards sustainability. If a person or an organization does not know how to act differently, it is easier to continue as we always have done. We can all agree that the start and the way to start transitioning from a linear economy towards a circular economy is to educate people. Even if this is not the key element of the current set of questions, as a former Minister of Education and Youth, I consider that we should not neglect the formal education on circular economy from primary school to higher education, due to the fact that it plays a vital role in ensuring students of all ages that are our future generation of employees, entrepreneurs and managers, and that they are equipped with the key skills and knowledge to apply circular thinking in their chosen careers. And I strongly believe that there is a demand by our communities for circular economy formal education. Changing an economic system to circular one is not a simple task, as we know. It requires changes in, for example, schools' organizational and curricular cultures, design, and communication. And we are doing it in Portugal, integrating circular economy teaching in the national school system. Firstly, we are engaging the ministry's organization and schools themselves in the development process of circular economy education. We are also establishing collaborative networks with companies and the civil society, finding the right partners to increase the awareness about the importance of circular economy. We are also updating the educational material and sharing this material due to the fact that we all definitely have to act for the sustainable future. Overall, the transition to the circular economy starts with enabling systemic change. It is difficult but not impossible, and the change should be started from the ground up by educating people. Education and enlightening people are key elements in changing consumption habits in the long run. Be sure that when people understand why circular economy is needed and how it benefits themselves, they will be more willing to promote it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the contribution and for the 12 points. We're not used to that. Okay, Gianni Rosa from the Italian Senate, the floor is yours.
Ok, grazie. Allora, il rapporto analisi della domanda di
The report analysis on the request of skills, demand of skills linked to the green economy in companies shows that 35% of jobs in 2022 concerned green jobs. The report on LinkedIn, Global Green Skills Report 2023, highlights that in the world, only 1 out of 8 workers has 1 or 2 green skills, and that the difference between demand and offer is very high. Between 2022 and 2023, the number of jobs increased by 12.3%. But at the same time, the offer growed twice as fast. These data allow us to guarantee a good transition, a fair transition that contemplates green jobs, not only in order to train professionals, but also to inform and spread awareness on the importance of sustainable economy to all the citizens of the Union. The lack of a circular mentality is, in fact, the biggest obstacle towards a circular economy. It is a medium and long-term process that is essential in order to make the ecological transition and the circular transition effective in all fields, and that mustn't be imposed but accepted. The European Union must focus on this target to accompany consumers towards increased awareness on the opportunity to recycle and reuse, repair products, rather than on a sense of beauty and the novelty of the product itself.
Thank you. We stay in Italy for Gianni Lampis.
Grazie Presidente. Come Partito Nazionale Fratelli d'Italia, come conservatori
on behalf of Fratelli d'Italia, we believe that the main challenge when it comes to apply good practices in circular economy is to understand what we are doing in order to consolidate our knowledge in environmental laws and our commitment in social activities. And the most important element is school, is education. This is where we can raise awareness among future generations. Schools are the institutional place where we can educate children to respect the environment. And this is why the national parliaments should indeed start now by raising awareness among students using all their political strength. And I think this has to be done at any level, from regions to cities to nations as well, because I believe that we need to get closer to our citizens, and that will allow us to involve such communities in order to tackle our challenges and try to have an impact on the final result. Last but not least, I believe that entrepreneurs and companies should invest in resources, in information, in workforce, and that's why the European Union should earmark some money in the budget in order to finance such companies so that they won't have to bear the brunt of such cultural and economic revolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. From Italy, we go to Slovakia for the contribution of Mr. Zdenko Svoboda.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, I'm a representative of Slovak Republic. I would like to say that the circular economy undoubtedly requires the cooperation of all groups of society, from consumers, manufacturers, multinational companies, and last but not least, scientists, academics and politicians. Based on the analysis of the OECD, 3 areas were identified for Slovakia in the published roadmap for the circular economy, in which reforms aimed at transition to the circular economy would have a particularly fundamental impact. The use of economy tools supporting sustainable production and consumption, the construction sector, and the food and bio-waste value chain. Key recommendation for threatening the use of economic instruments, threaten the incentives provided by existing landfill charges, improve and threaten existing system of extended producer responsibility. Gradually expand the mandatory use of green public procurement criteria. Expand the application of well-designed bulk waste collection system. The decisive factor lies in the design of the product itself, mainly eco-design, which has an impact on the entire life cycle of the product and links several socio-economic aspects to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. From Slovakia, we go back to Georgia for the contribution of Maja Bitace.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, education is essential for circularity, circular economy, and green economy. As it is all about tackling modern economic, energy-related, and environmental challenges. However, the shift from traditional economy towards circular economy represents a common challenge for international community, as it requires comprehensive changes across sectors. In this process, the transformation of our educational system to integrate circularity across different models is critical. Currently, the transposition of environmental and energy-related EU directives and regulations and implementation of the CFTA can be quite challenging for my country. One of the reasons for this is a shortage of professionals in those fields. Thus, equipping people, public and private sectors with relevant knowledge, skills and industry-specific expertise in environmental and sustainable related fields is an urgent matter. To achieve this goal, Georgia needs support, expertise sharing. With cooperation, we believe we can effectively contribute to the mutual efforts of transition to a circular economic model. Georgia is already implementing some projects necessary for promoting circularity across different sectors. For example, we have developed green awards and green scholarship to incentivize students pursue careers in environmental and sustainability fields and motivate educational institutions to integrate these topics into their teaching. Georgia has also developed a specialized course for environmental managers, which equips with essential skills in waste management and other sustainable practices. Currently, we are working to develop environmental and sustainable related vocational and professional educational systems, which will provide opportunities for people to specialize trainings to be employed in public and private sector. Last but not least, let me reaffirm that for our government, circular economy is seen as a tool to tackle climate change and loss of biodiversity together, while addressing economic and social needs. And education for us is seen as a tool to reach circularity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And last but not least, we go to the Czech Republic for the contribution of Senator Sipova.
Thank you, sir. We are all responsible for the climate change. Companies, governments, banks, politicians and citizens. Unfortunately, not everyone is aware of this. We continue to use linear raw materials and we look more and more to resources that are in third countries, which makes us less and less resilient and more vulnerable. Therefore, we should strive for a change in thinking at the level of the European Union national parliaments with the aim of strengthening our resilience. A very suitable way is, according to my opinion, is smart public procurements by the government and municipalities, which will be conditioned by the criteria of long-term sustainability of products. In Czech Republic, these procurements are still not very often. This is where I believe we should begin. That would help our companies to behave more sustainable and offer more also for households. Czech people historically like to sort materials. DIY TV shows are very popular. Nevertheless, we are one of the worst countries for putting too high a percentage of our waste in landfills, and the circular economy is not doing very well in our country. In my region, I live in a suburb of Prague, for example. The first furniture bank is being created, but far away from my home. Things that households and companies throw away can often still be used or restored, but there are no necessary hubs for this purpose. People do not know what to do with these things. A lot of citizens would like to behave more ecologically, but often they do not have a possibility to behave so. Czech republics, of course, have some strategy, but I am afraid it is often only on paper. And we are not able to motivate our municipalities to push these things further. We have to move forward more quickly, because, for example, my children ask me for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And we go back to Thijs Verburg for some answers and conclusions on this.
Thank you for the contributions made. If I can take two elements from those contributions to sum up a bit of the input that was given, I think, first of all, I think a very correct analysis by the Italian colleague was that we can have as much legislation or regulation in Europe as we want. If we do not have the green skills, it will be useless. Regulation without having a labor market that has the skills is useless. And not only do we need professionals with those skills, we also need the professionals itself. We need the laborers of tomorrow for the labor market and the economy of tomorrow. And thus, I think we need in Europe to look at the different programs we have in Europe in terms of education. I think of the Erasmus Plus program, but also in research, the Horizon Europe program. And I think the fundamental point of view shared by many is that discussions on circular economy is not a discussion in the outer orbits of the European policy. It should be in the center, also from programs such as the Erasmus Plus program, the Horizon Europe program, because as mentioned, and that's the final point by the colleague of Portugal, what we need is systemic change, not just a debate among the convinced, but we need a systemic change in Europe to make circular economy a success, and then education is key. Education is the only system in which everyone passes through. So if we want to enhance the green skills, the understanding, the knowledge of what is needed for the future, we need to take education on board. So I think that's an essential point to take from this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague Verburgt. Now we move on to the last chapter of the discussion this afternoon. If you want to participate, please fill in the request form. We only have 2 participants in this discussion, but we start with Björn Joska, colleague of the Flemish Greens, to introduce the topic.
Thank you very much, Chair. Colleagues, raw materials are the backbone of our modern society, fueling industries and driving innovation. However, their extraction and consumption have far-reaching environmental and social implications. From deforestation to water pollution, the extraction of raw materials often comes at a significant cost to ecosystems and communities. The European Union has taken a pioneering stance in addressing these challenges. Through its Circular Economy Action Plan and the European Green Deal, the EU has set ambitious targets through transitions towards a more sustainable economic model. Central to this agenda is the efficient and responsible use of raw materials. So we draw 2 urgent questions. The first one, in this chapter, what policies and regularity frameworks are most effective in incentivizing businesses to adopt circular practices, minimize waste generation, and prioritize resource efficiency? Should there be a European export ban on materials and products containing interesting reusable raw materials? And second, should we use materials and raw materials more consciously?
Okay, thank you. And now we have some new participants, and we go to our neighbors of Netherlands for the contribution of Andrea van Langen-Visbeek.
Dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you, Chair.
Dank u voor deze
Thank you for this interesting meeting. My name is Andrea van Lange. I am in the Dutch Senate, and I learned a lot today, I have to say. The EU is developing quickly, and we need to get the people and the parliaments on board with this change. Now, we see that we are heading for scarcity, for more and more raw materials, and even water is becoming increasingly scarce. So we should focus on reducing waste, and we should encourage reuse. We saw some wonderful examples yesterday and today. Particularly the reuse of batteries is very relevant to me. An export ban should be a last resort. Rewarding good behavior, and I'm a mother, so I know this, often works better than punishing. Entrepreneurs thrive under less regulatory pressure and more freedom. So let's encourage and facilitate and not regulate for the purpose of regulating.
From the Netherlands, we go to Italy for Gianni Rosa.
Grazie.
Thank you very much. Italy began working to strengthen knowledge and governance in the conscious use of raw materials even before the conflict in Ukraine, with the setup of the National Circular Critical Raw Materials Table. According to our country, the fundamental tool for optimizing the use of raw materials remains eco-design, rethinking supply chains right from the design stage in order to research for replacement materials, but also for more sustainable, reparable, net zero and 100% recycled energy technologies. Recycling is a reality for many critical raw materials and can represent an important supply even for countries with scarce mineral resources. As everyone knows, the recycling rate in Italy is over 72%, exceeding the European average of 58%, while the world average is 17.4%. However, it is necessary to work on the non-recycled portion by regulating producer responsibility more extensively and financing, as Italy has done with the program for resilience and recovery, projects of recycling consortia, for example. It is indeed obvious that in order to limit the export of critical raw materials, it is necessary to create market spaces for products of which some components are made of recycled raw materials. Thank you very much.
We stay in Italy for the contribution of Mr. Ravanelli, Italian Chamber. Ms. Ravanelli.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, President. Emma Pavanelli from Italy, representing the Five-Star Movement. We believe that recycling and circular economy is the base of all politics regarding water, regarding materials. Everything needs to be recycled. This is because we have lived a pandemic. We have learned to think about being resilient. Today we are living another crisis, a geopolitical crisis. And since the pandemic, we are still missing a lot of raw materials. We are still having problems for our producers to find raw materials to produce what we are known for within Europe. This means that we have to absolutely think about being resilient in every which way, and we need to recuperate all materials, and we need to produce starting with eco-design. This is the key, because when we produce with eco-design, it means that we already know what the life cycle of that product will be after its use. That product cannot end. That product needs to be reused in every which way. And we need to invest in technology, we need to invest in research so that what today cannot be recycled, what today cannot be reused or repaired, needs to find a way to be reused, repaired, or recycled. I think that this is the only solution to be able to arrive at that, what we want, which is net zero, which is trying to be as much as possible resilient and try to be as autonomous as possible, because as we see, every year something happens that makes our productivity and our nations more and more difficult to be able to find the materials that we need. Therefore, we need to invest in new technology. We need to invest in research and start thinking that who is virtuous, who works in a good way needs to be promoted, and not starting with bans and with taxes for those who are resilient. Thank you, President.
Thank you. Now we go to the north, to Sweden. We go to the north to Sweden for the contribution of Emma Norrand.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much, dear colleagues, for this interesting day. And it has been very nice to be here and listen to everyone, and I'm especially pleased that you have invited the entrepreneurs so we could actually see the examples and what's out there already. And I'm sure that many of them have had a lot of problems when they started, because this is still something new, and we can see that the permit processes and so on for many of these are not ready yet. Because what we yesterday saw as waste is today's resource, and many of our rules are actually made for yesterday's way of life. So if we will be able to use, we must be able to use what we have today, but we also need to use things that we have already dug up. We have to do what we call urban mining to take care of what we already have here. And Sweden, as a mining country, we see that the waste from our iron mines and copper mines actually contains a lot of raw materials that we, with today's technology, can use without digging more holes. We actually have it already up on the grounds. But that will need new regulations, both nationally but also within EU. So to do this, we need to make sure that we can look into the future a bit, because many of these rules and regulations that we have today is because we wanted to do something good. We could not even imagine what we can do with today's technology. And I don't think that we know today what we can achieve tomorrow. So when we make this regulation and when we make terms, we have to make sure that we make it future-proof, because we cannot rely on third countries to import raw materials from where people work in a way that should not be accessible in Sweden or anywhere in Europe, or with environmental laws that doesn't exist. So we need to make sure that we make a regulation and permit process that we can do this in Europe and make sure that we make it future-proof. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's nobody else from the participants that want to react, I give the floor to Björn Joska to conclude.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I take 3 points out of the contributions in this chapter. I think almost all the debaters stressed eco-design as essential. Eco-design as a new strength in the productivity of our economy in Europe. Perhaps the second one, nobody loves to punish, and therefore export ban is the last stage, I would call it. It's better to rewards works better than punishment. And also the last one, I think a very important one, urban mining as a new way to look into materials and raw materials, and we have to make regulation future-proof, not about our lives and living yesterday, but our lives and living tomorrow.
Thank you. So we had 4 rounds of discussion. We also have prepared, Stijn de Roo and the other colleagues have prepared a Parliament proposal of a resolution on circular economy in the European Union. The proposal will be transmitted to the next European Commission as part of the political dialogue with the European Commission. So it's important that you all support this resolution, and we will take some key points of the discussion of this afternoon into this resolution. My colleague Stijn de Roo will present the resolution.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. After an interesting day, it's with great pleasure that I stand before you all to present the Flemish Parliament proposal of resolution on circular economy in the European Union. You can find the full text in your folder. It looks like this. Maybe you have read it already. this resolution we are presenting here today stands as a testament to the collaborative efforts of both the majority and the opposition in our parliament. It embodies the spirit of the cooperation and unity, which are essential elements in addressing the pressing challenges our planet faces. I would like to thank the colleagues for their cooperation on this resolution. The world around us is under increasing pressure, with our economies heavily reliant on imported resources. Recent crises have underscored the vulnerabilities inherent in our current linear economic model. It's clear that we are at a pivotal moment in history where the decisions we make today will shape the course of this century. The scarcity of resources and the escalating demand for them requires a shift in mindset and a shift in action. This is where the concept of circular economy comes into play. The shift towards a circular economy is not just about environmental sustainability, it's also about economic resilience and competitiveness. By embracing innovation and reuse, we can create a more sustainable and robust economy that respects the limits of our planet. In Flanders, we have already made significant strides towards embracing the principles of circular economy. We have become a beacon of innovation and progress in this field, with numerous businesses leading the way in adopting circular practices, as you have seen this morning in the presentation. In Flanders, there are at least 43,000 jobs in the circular sectors, but there are also numerous jobs related to circularity outside these sectors. The circular economy has enormous potential for new job creation and a balanced and equitable transition to a sustainable economy. Many jobs in the circular economy require specialized manual labor. These are open to the short skills. Thus, many circular jobs are, as it were, new crafts or breathe new life into old crafts. This offers new opportunities for sustainable retraining. In this way, we ensure the reindustrialization of our economy and a stronger local economy. Our journey towards a circular economy is far from over. It requires an effort at all levels of government, as well as active participation from businesses and citizens. In this resolution, we have a set of objectives for the different governments for a circular economy agenda. On page 3, you see the 20 objectives for the Flemish government. Number 1, we want the Flemish government to align policies in general with the principles of the circular economy and thus build Flanders as a circular hub. Second, we want to ensure a clear, stable and evolving regulatory and fiscal framework, as was claimed out by a few colleagues here. Number 3, we want to integrate the circular economy into Flemish climate policy, not a standalone, but a part of the climate policy. Number 4, we want to take up an exemplary role itself as a government. For example, with our buildings, with our government buildings, starting with the designing of those buildings, as well as to build energy efficient and dynamic buildings by exchanging good practices in a centralized way. There is much possible in our buildings. Number 5, we want to always take into account the materials impact in major construction and infrastructure works, especially if these emanate from the Flemish government, and to work towards an M level, an environmental performance level for buildings over time. We also want to pay attention to transitional problems in the conversion of companies to a circular economy. We want to work forward to a stronger ecosystem, an ecosystem around circularity, by giving universities, by giving colleges, and by giving research institutes more opportunities to join the expertise centers for circular entrepreneurship. We also want to examine how extra European funds for the circular economy and business model innovation can be brought to Flanders. Maybe that's also something for your member states. Number 9, we want to stimulate innovation and policy around partial services, not only among startups, but also in existing companies, so that they can switch from selling products to offering services, among other things. Number 10, to be sufficiently attentive to the digital aspect of the circular economy, we want to make digital twins. We want to focus on data collection. We want to focus on databases and the use of AI, artificial intelligence, in research and data processing. We also want to become more inspirational by paying due attention to education and training of workers and companies in the transition to a circular economy, as well as looking at how circular economy can find a place in the education curriculum at all levels. We also want to consider the strengthening role of the social economy in the circular economy. It's something our minister this morning already claimed out. We want to raise awareness and inspire municipalities, businesses and consumers alike to become more circular by making well-functioning business models. And this is very important. We have to take opportunities such as integrated repair services or the sharing economy. We have to make it more widely known among our citizens. We also want to continue to focus on broad and good guidance and expertise sharing when setting up new circular enterprises or transforming existing enterprises, as already done by Vlaio and Flanders Circular, as you have heard this morning. We also have a manner of financing in Flanders. It's called the Participatiemaatschappij Vlaanderen. It's a financial institute that gives support for companies with a good and circular business plan. We also want to promote Flanders and the Flemish business community abroad as a pioneer of the circular economy by making circular economy and recycling opportunities at focal points in Flanders investment and trade. We ask Flanders and the Flemish government to pay attention to the important role of stable supply chains, especially of the strategic raw materials. We want to emphasize within the Flemish waste policy the stimulation of the circular economy and the collection of information on raw materials present here in existing materials and products. For example, materials register or a material passport. We want to encourage waste process companies and other companies to use waste as a raw material, and we call it the urban mining. We also want an ambitious environmental policy in Flanders. We want to make agreements with sectors regarding to selective collection and processing, whereby the use of unnecessary raw materials or waste materials is avoided and whereby they can be better used for reuse and high-quality recycling. This involves setting ambitious targets, not only from Europe, but also in Flanders. And last but not least, we want to give those same actors room to come up with creative solutions. It was mentioned in the third debate, creative solutions, getting the room to think, to not create problems for other ones. So 20 objectives for the Flemish government in this resolution, which we will present in the Parliament. Belgium is a difficult state. We have a difficult model. So we also ask the Flemish government to ask the federal government for three things. One, we want to work towards a smooth transposition of the new upcoming European regulations in this field. Europe has a lot of regulations, has a lot of plans. We want to make work from a smooth transposition. Second, The legislative framework has to be clear for business models. Only when those frameworks are clear, it's possible to create business models for the circular economy. And third, we want to take into account the specific factors of the circular economy in future federal fiscal reforms. One of the colleagues already said, the fiscal system in one's country is very important to stimulate, to grow circular economy. We also have 12 tasks, 12 objectives for the European Commission. We call upon the European Union to align its policies with our vision, and we want to support member states in their transition towards a circular economy. We want to make sustained efforts to implement those 2020 EU Circular Economy Action Plan as soon as possible. We want to urge it to look at how to improve the exchange of leading practices in the various regions and the member states. We want to maintain a continued focus on eco-design policy, both with regard to energy efficiency criteria for product design and to the broader circular efficiency criteria such as reusability, repairability, recyclability, extended life and material efficiency of products, with particular attention to new business models such as product-service systems. We ask the European Commission to push for a sustainable solution for the interface between REACH. REACH is a system for the registration, evaluation and authorization of chemicals produced or imported into the European Union. We have to make a solution for the interface between REACH and the circular economy. There are some problems there. Number 5, we also want to work towards uniform regulation around the registration and transport of waste within the territory of the European Union and also within the territory of Belgium and Flanders, so that obstacles to circular activity are removed. We also want to take measures to combat the built-in obsolescence of appliances and conversely to extend the expected life of products. It's very important. It starts with the design and the expected life of products. We want to make the European Commission to pay great attention to the issue of dumping in third non-EU countries. And we also want to pay more attention in climate policy to the CO2 gains generated by the circular economy. For example, in reuse, in repair, in recycling, and also in verify those gains in the models which are used. We ask the European Commission to take into account the importance of stable supply chains of strategic raw materials to the EU. We ask them to pay attention to the extraction potential of strategic raw materials in the European Union, member states, provided they meet strict sustainability criteria. We also want to take into account the interest and position of the European circular economy in the Europeans' external trade policy, as I mentioned before, such as, for example, during the negotiation of trade agreements. We cannot let other products come into Europe with other standards that we have here. And last but not least, we want to influence the regulation of non-EU countries with regard to sustainability, such as those concerning guarantee and waste management, for example, through the World Trade Organization. So, 20 objectives for the Flemish government, 3 for the federal government and 12 for the European Commission. We urge the European Commission to consider the interest and the position of the European circular economy in its external trade policies. That's very important, and I already said it. I come to conclusion. It's a bit faster than foreseen, but no problem. I want to make a call to action. In Flanders, it was possible to make a resolution beyond the bounds of majority and the opposition. I think that's an example for other member states. When you continue, when you want to make circular economy happen, you have to work together. Maybe the resolution we propose to you today is a possibility for you to embrace it and use it as a tool to drive initiatives in your own countries. I think, and we think, together we can build a more sustainable and resilient future for generations to come. And when we do it together, beyond the bonds of majority and opposition, it's a much stronger signal you can give into your own country. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I give the floor to people in the room, I give the floor to Andries Griffois for an addition.
Thank you. Well, you have heard what we have discussed in our parliament between our political groups, but of course your input from this afternoon is very useful, and we will use this input to ameliorate still this resolution before we go to the final voting in our plenary. So I will say thank you very much for the input on the 4 topics that we will use in our resolution.
Thank you. Any other colleagues who want to comment? No. Comments or remarks, additions, questions from the participants of the conference? Yes, please.
Thank you very much by this, I guess, important work for the Flemish Parliament. But may I anyhow challenge you from the entrepreneurial side? I think these general principles lack also some kind of concrete things, like, for instance, okay, it's again in the batteries, of course, that is my job, but for instance, when you see our big electricity companies in Belgium, they use 100% new batteries. Why wouldn't we impose them, for instance, to use at least 10% circular batteries? So kind of more concrete objectives. The same thing, for instance, is about the vehicle park of the Flemish administrations, for instance, that they use priority or they give priority to second-hand parts instead of using new parts, for instance, for repairing the cars in the park. So I love what you do, but I don't know if it would not be more concrete, if it does not lack some concrete actions, and that these are also easier to follow up, because then you really have also figures. Thank you. Catherine Leenaert.
Thank you. Any other remarks or questions from participants in the conference? No, Stijn.
Thank you for your input on this topic. When we work on a resolution, it's not always the best thing to put in very concrete things. I think the measurable amounts that you propose, the 10% and so on, I think it's very important that those kind of things can come up bottom up from our companies. I think there are challenges in each country. And I think with this resolution, we aimed to set a kind of base we can further build on. So I have noted your question for the 10%, for the second hand, and so on. It's something we can discuss further on in our parliament. But for today, we chose to make a resolution with a common base to build further on.
Yes, I would also like to add the importance which was mentioned by my colleague of the initiative which is taken beyond the borders of the coalition government. I myself and colleague Joska, we are here in the opposition, and this resolution is actually a roadmap that binds all the committing parties. We have elections coming up here in Flanders, in Belgium. And so this document for me is very important because it sets out a roadmap. No matter who the coalition government will be, we are bound by this resolution. And so the concretization needs to be done in the next term of the government and the parliament. But parties from within the government and the opposition have committed themselves through this resolution on setting steps to a more circular economy. So I think it's a very important commitment set by different parties that whatever government we will have in Flanders, at least one of us will be part of it in terms of parties. So it's a strong commitment, and I think this is also for many countries the way forward. Find common grounds, set long-term goals, maybe sometimes a bit vague, that is true, but I think it's an important step forward which we have committed ourselves to. And so I thank the colleagues also for this initiative, and I look forward to taking the input of today in strengthening our resolution.
Mr. Grifois.
I agree with Thijs, and it's also important that, yes, it's correct. Sometimes it's too vague, and then people say, well, it's not concrete enough. But the higher the level that you go in the governance, you have to be very carefully with concrete measurements, because what happens or what is good, for example, for one member state cannot be good for another member state. Look at for example, the examples of Italy. The concrete measurements has to be implemented by the member state or by the regions who are competent for that part. For example, what we do in Flanders, we have a local energy, we have a local climate plan, where we say, okay, 1 inhabitant, 1 tree, 1 inhabitant, 1 meter cycle lane. This is very tangible, and that's the way how it has to work. But don't ask to Europe to make it too tangible, because then you come sometimes into very counterproductive directives. So I think that we have here to keep, to safeguard the global intention of the circular economy degree. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no more remarks, additions, or questions, then I want to thank some people who organized this day and last day. First of all, Dries Bergen, our responsible for European and international relations of the Flemish Parliament, and all his colleagues, also the colleagues of the catering department. Thank you for organizing these 2 days. I think everybody enjoyed this, and an applause is appropriate. I also want to thank all the interpreters, all active participants, and thanking you is best done by inviting you to the reception in the room of pillars next door, and there's also the special beer of the Flemish Parliament, the Halfrond. You should taste it all. Cheers.